Yo, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to a DFS strategy video for the 2024 Valspar Championship. My name is Eric, and I'm here with SweetSpotDFS to go over all of the things you need to know in order to target the optimal lineup. I am without my stream deck, and it is already distracting me. So I apologize. I made an update to OBS before jumping on, and it is just not working with me. So I probably should have just restarted my computer, restarted the application. Bear with me. I'm trying to get to this piece, this little flash piece to come across right there. Timestamps can be found below. I'll try to update those by the end of the stream. Anyways, I like to go over all the pieces within the SweetSpot process, which include going over the golf course, the tournament, just giving you general information. I also like to cover pass optimal and GPP winning lineups to try to figure out if there's some kind of salary connection that we can tie to this tournament, the field specific for the 2024 Valspar, and also strategize. Like, that's all this is a strategy video. So that's why we like to go over all those pieces. I will review the Players Championship, and then we're going to dive into the nitty gritty, like going over the bucket system for the Valspar. I'm going to go over the 7K combo buckets because last week they worked again. It's weird. I just started as a trial and error, and I think all but one tournament has it worked. So we'll go over that, and I'll explain more about it when we get there. And then, what's the last piece? Marquee Tee Times, of course. Marquee Tee Times hit once again last week. I'll show you that one. And then from there, we're going to build lineups. So I have pinned a message to the chat saying leave 2 to 4 golfers you'd like me to build lineups around. I'll let you know already. Once we get to the giveaway portion, or whenever we get to the roll call number 1, I will say, hey, for roll call number 1, give me 2 to 4 golfers. So you can hold off until then and get credit that way. And just a good segue, why I said roll calls, because I like to do giveaways. So, oh yeah, I can't hit the the stupid stream deck. It's, oh my goodness. All right, let me find it. I want to say it's this one. No. Here we go. I found it. Okay. Bear with me again, my stream deck is not working because I made updates with OBS and it's just not connected, so my apologies. Giveaways. I like to do giveaways because I want to reward you for participating on this channel, and in order to get a giveaway entry, you need to be subscribed to the channel. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Comment down below. That is how you earn an entry. I also have roll calls that'll go throughout this video. So again, I reward those that stay and participate. So if you're here for the roll calls and you know, mention the thing that I asked you to do, you'll get another free entry into the giveaway. So you just keep racking up entries. Now, don't be discouraged if you can't watch this live and you see people are getting all these extra entries. I mean, chat, how many times have we ever seen someone with just one entry win the giveaway? It's pretty common. So don't be discouraged. Participate when you can, because when this video goes live on replay, or when it goes on to replay, you can also get entries that way by commenting on those videos that I've already posted. So that's another way you get an entry. Again, the roll calls, that it all goes towards these giveaways. So I'm giving $5 away every Tuesday, and then at the beginning of the new month, I will be giving away whatever the goal is that you see above my head, which you can see is $100. Now that is reached if we get to the goal you see way over to the left. You see that over there? It says the goal is 660 out of 650 subscribers. So all that means is I'm giving away $100. Tuesday of the new month. The first Tuesday of the next month. That's the other way to say it too. So I'm giving away $100, but it doesn't stop there. I'm giving away $10 extra per 10 subscribers we get over that goal. So we're at 660 already. So this actually is going to turn into $110. That'll be 110 because we're already at 660 out of 650. So keep climbing, and guess what? Next month's goal is going to be 700 subscribers. So the closer we get there, the closer I'll give away another $100. So it's really entirely up to all of you that come here and watch. Again, it's my way to reward you for participating on this channel, helping the YouTube algorithm, providing all that good stuff. And oh, by the way, once we hit 25 likes while I'm live on this video, I will give away 5 memberships. You see all the people in the chat over there scrolling up and down, like Daniel Bold, AJ Love. These guys are all members. You can see the badges next to their names, so they get to provide fun emojis in the chat. Once we get there, there'll be member only videos. Whether they're important to you or not, they will be available just to provide a little extra thank you for becoming a member. A little exclusivity. And I think the prices are pretty reasonable. So find that little join button. It's probably down there somewhere. If you're on phone, it should be, if you click on my channel name, you should see a join button. Now you do have to have a payment thing linked to your channel, and that's, or to your YouTube, and that's the only way to do it. But I mean, you can, or you don't have to. Let's put it that way. You don't have to. I appreciate the hell out of all of those that do. It's entirely up to you. I don't think anything different if you come here and you join, or if you subscribe and that's the only thing that you want to do to show your support. I greatly appreciate that too. So entirely up to you. I'm just giving you guys options. I guess without further ado, let's go ahead and get the giveaways up. Again, bear with me because I do not have my Stream Deck currently working for whatever reason. Display capture, there we go. We had 62 total entries for this giveaway. You can see all the roll calls we had. I had 3 in last week's video, 1, 2, 3. I also have a Thursday night video, if you didn't already know, called Road to the Masters. That's when I'm building my website, talking to you guys about the things maybe you guys like, and what we can add, just so you guys can see. I have the website right here. Still working through some stuff, but I mean, there's some fun things. I'm connecting my Power BI, which I already forgot to do. So when I click on this button, it's going to ask me to sign in, which I need to fix. Needs to get through. But all those reports that you see on other people's websites, that is exactly what I will be providing on my website. So just wanted to share that with you. That is what we are building. I'm hoping to have, I call it beta, but really it's probably like more of an alpha. I'm hoping to get that done by this weekend. Now, I was hoping to actually get something out to you guys Friday. We'll see what Thursday night stream is going to be like. Actually, I shouldn't even say Thursday night. I think I have a deployment call for my other job. So that video might be like 5 to 6 or 5 to 7, somewhere in there. TBD on that, okay? TBD. But yeah, this weekend I'm hoping just to slave over it and get most of it done. So we'll have that up and running there, hopefully by the end of the week, or the weekend, I should say. But anyways, I do that video so people who come in and chat with me there get entries. Again, these are all the comments like you guys are leaving right now. Then we have the replays. Like I said, go into these videos after they're posted, after they go live. Go in there and comment on them. Help the YouTube algorithm, and then I will reward you for participating there. So we have 62 entries. I wish I had my soundboard with me, but I also don't have that. I'll have to figure it out. Oh, maybe I do? I might. Let me see. No, I don't have the drum one. I just have this one. That's not the right one. Anyways, here is our winner for the giveaway. This is $5. You got to contact me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Boom. Joshua Mass. See, 1 entry. Like I've told you guys before, how often have we seen 1 entry win this giveaway? Josh, I'm sure you're lurking. Congratulations, sir. Let me know where I can send you $5. Again, email me at sweetspotdfs@gmail.com, and I'll give you that entry, or I'll give you the $5, however you like it. I'm sure you've won before. I don't remember off the top of my head, but just to show you that this isn't rigged, I can keep going back and forth. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And you'll see different names pop up. It is truly random. So again, congratulations, Mr. Maz. You are the $5 giveaway winner. Let me catch up with chat. I see you guys just chats going by left and right. And I haven't said anything to any of you guys. So maybe I got to look over here. I can't see all the chats. AJ Love, what's going on? Good day. I see you want Xander and Harmon lineups. Perfect. Daniel Bold, what's going on, man? Joanne, hello. Hello to you. Gabe, help me out with Rainmaker. My best 2 elite cards are Gim and Melnati. Let me know what the optimal. Okay. Yep, I can certainly do that. I see Daniel in here. I'm gonna have to reread these messages later. I just want to say hello to everyone. The Zen Runner, what's going on, man? Or woman, not quite sure, but how are you? Hi, Anna, what's going on? What's up, Sweet Spot Sweeties? Haven't seen Anna in the chat for a while. You all should ask her why she hasn't been in the chat in a long time. Danny boy. Judas, good to see you. Jesus. Shalik Harden, I took 3rd and drive the green. That's awesome, dude. Did we build you those? Did we build you that lineup? Can we throw that on the marquee to go along with my lineup and Ryan Henson's lineup? Shalik Harden gives me hope. Awesome. Chilling, waiting on the optimal lineup. All right. Those are our giveaways. Now, I reached out to my contact at Prize Picks. Someone told me last week that they used the promo code SweetSpot, and I didn't get an email from it. So I will have to be looking into that. I have reached out. I want to confirm. I am not going to provide some kind of, giveaway opportunity until I do. If we're no longer partnered, which it's kind of scuzzy if that's the case, because it's like, why didn't you reach out to me? I'm not gonna continue doing a not gonna continue doing that giveaway. Anyways, other things that I have provided for this giveaway: cheat sheet. Check the description of this video. You can find a link to this cheat sheet, and you can use everything that I will be going over in this video. So you have the dream sheet there. We also have the bucket system in there. I also have a price conversion tool, because we do have 5K golfers in this field. I forgot to add the last 4. I'll just delete this so it doesn't look confusing. But basically, this is what my price conversion is, because for about 4 years, DraftKings had done salaries the same for every event. 6K was your lowest price, and usually about 12K was your highest. And it always followed the same structure. So basically, what I try to do is look at this week's tournament, whatever that week is that I'm looking at the pricing. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, how often do you have 4 10K golfers versus 5 10K golfers? This week is kind of in between. It's 4 and 5. So I add those are only 10K golfers. And then same goes with 9 and 8. So what, we have 11 8K golfers. Normally for 7K golfers, we have somewhere between 35 and 40. You have 37 this week that I would deem as like the old school 7K range. And then it goes from there. I'm not sold on this new salary system, and quite frankly, because I look at salaries a lot when it comes to my process, I want to look at it the same way I've always been looking at it, because we've been analyzing it the entire time that way. So that is what I plan to do from here on out. And instead of calling it a 10K range, a 9K range, an 8K range, what I'm going to end up doing is just calling it tier 1 salaries, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, so on and so forth. We're going to always have 6 salary ranges. The price tags, by the way, not that big of a deal. Sure, we can put a few more top price guys together, which I'm actually really considering this week, but it's not really going to be any different. Because I mean, you don't really get it this week, but what I'd consider in the 9K range includes one $8,900 golfer. What I include in the 8K range includes one $7,800 golfer. It's actually going the opposite way that we've seen it before. Sometimes we'd have 10K golfers in the 9K range, 9K golfers in the 8K range, so on and so forth. So this week is actually, the salaries are extremely, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, they're weaker. Your average salary in this tournament is $6,400. We normally see $71. It's usually somewhere between $6,900 and $71 for your average salary. It is $700 cheaper than that for your average salary. So that means, you know, you're going to either have to leave a lot of money on the table to still follow that 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6 approach that I typically talk about, or you're going to have to go really stars and scrubs. It's going to seem stars and scrubsy, but it really isn't. And I'll explain more about that when we get towards, like, right about making lineups. I'll talk more about salary structure there, or really the bucket system. I'll talk about it during the bucket system as well. Okay. Anyways, this cheat sheet is available to you. You can find all this information on that cheat sheet. Again, link is in the description down below. And then I'm also going to give away the optimizer. As long as you're subscribed to this channel, reach out to me at SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com. Just let me know that you're interested in using the optimizer. I have it ready to go, unlike last week where I was still updating it before the video. Email me at SweetSpotDFS right there. That email that's on the screen. SweetSpotDFS@gmail.com, letting me know you are interested in the optimizer. I believe I have to send one out to Mr. Daniel Bold. So I will do that right now as I am streaming. But yes, those are all the giveaways. Like I said, I'm not going to talk about prize picks, although I am kind of doing that right now. Just letting you guys know what the whole situation is with that. Let's go ahead and get in this thing. Again, I've got to do these stupid transitions by hand. So here we go. Oh, and the transition didn't even happen the way I needed it to. Let's try that again. Let me try that one more time. All right. So talking about the tournament fact sheets. I like going here because it gives you a bunch of data points. The data points that you should be interested in, obviously the golf tournament. This used to be called the Tampa Bay Championship a long time ago, so be careful with that, whatever sites you're using for research. Your golf course, Innisbrook Resort, the Copperhead Golf Course in Palm Harbor, Florida. So we're, again, in Florida. Looking up stats in Florida, I think, are very important, and I think you should be able to do that. Or not so much you should, but doing that should provide you a little benefit. Par 71, 73.40. Now, people will say this is a short golf course. I think yards per par, it's actually average or just above average. I think, if I remember correctly. Let's look. I'm going to bounce where I typically don't. Yards per par is 103. I think normally you see on tour 104. So I guess maybe I'm a little off with that. And I don't have any way of showing you if that's average or not. I will hopefully with the website, but right now I don't. It's not as short as you think it is. It's not as short as people will say it is. There are 5 par 3s. That's going to reduce the yardage, by the way. But yeah, don't get fooled into thinking it's a short golf course. It's pretty average, I think. Stimpmeters 12. That's another data point you can use when researching. I think that's pretty average on tour. 5,800 square feet. I think that's also average on tour. You can see the number of water hazards in play. This course is tough, so keep that in mind. And I guess if I bounce one more time, going to the results, you can see some of these winning scores range between 10 under or even sometimes 8 under to 17 under. That's not a scoring fest by any means. This is a tough golf course. Look at this. 2013's -10, -7 in 2014, -10 in 2015, -7 in 2016. Then we get to 14 under. Then it goes back to 10. Then it goes back to 8. So this course can play tough. And what the weather kind of looks like, Friday it's going to be pretty gusty. Wind is one of the biggest pieces of chaos that gets added to a tournament, because wind is the hardest thing to fight on the golf course. I imagine scores will somewhere be in that minus, I would say minus 10 to minus 14 range, because I think the weekend is supposed to be pretty calm. Thursday is supposed to be pretty calm. So those are all good scoring days. I imagine that's how it's going to be. And much like the Players Championship last week, much like the Arnold Palmer and the Cognizant Classic, cool wet weather has been the common theme throughout all those golf courses. And what they all have in common, they're all pretty soft. Where they're normally firm, these courses were softer, and scoring conditions were easier, put it that way. So even with the wind coming in on Friday, I still think the score will be closer to, I think it's gonna be closer to like 12 to 15 under. I did say 10 to 14 is what to expect. I hope it's like that, but I guess rethinking it with how soft the course probably is, I imagine it's gonna be, you know, somewhere between that 12 to 15 range. And that's another data point, by the way. Looking up tournaments where the winner has minus 12 to minus 15, see which golfers play better under those scoring conditions. And then turf grass, probably the most important thing that I think you all should look at. This week we have Overseed, POA Trivialis Overseed. When you go to the cheat sheet, when you're looking at the cheat sheet, I do have that implemented. Now, last year was the first year I used Bermuda as a stat. Now, I don't think these greens play like Bermuda at all. I think you're gonna. I remember when Tiger kind of came back. I think it was 2019. Might have been 2018 when he came back and played his first event in a long time of just kind of taking it easier, taking a few weeks off. He had a couple putts on greens where they were talking about the POA, and his putt was tracking towards the hole and was taking all the little bounces like POA typically does. Now, I've been on record to say, like, the Players Championship, those greens don't act like normal POA. Watching it, I think because of the soft conditions, people think those greens were like POA because you saw a lot of bumpiness to how the ball was rolling. But to be quite honest with you, you'd get that on any soft surface. Doesn't matter what grass it was. Could have been Bermuda, could have been bent grass. When the course is soft, you know, spike marks pick up the golf ball. I mean, like, literally, you watch a lot of those golf balls just basically plug into the green. They just landed super soft and they didn't roll anywhere. They didn't spin anywhere. Those greens were really soft. That's going to pick up a lot of traction with spike marks and stuff like that, and that's where the bumpiness comes from. This week, I think a little bit of POA actually does affect it, just based off of what I have in my notes about past years. I think using a POA stat is fine. I use that Bermuda. I was getting at what I was getting at with the Bermuda. I used this last year, and I think why it worked. Here, I'll show you what the results were last year. If I go to the Valspar Championship and I go to 2023, it's my 2023 DK page. You can see Taylor Moore won the tournament. Obviously, he's your defending champion. If I come over here and look at the Bermuda stats, this column here, top 10 percentages on Bermuda tracks, you only see a few 0% up here. Really, 2 inside the top 20. Everybody else has finished inside the top 10 on Bermuda tracks, and I think when it comes to this stat for me, why that's so relevant is because this is a Southeast golf tournament. Golfers who usually play in Florida or southern tracks probably are more comfortable on this golf course regardless of whatever grass it is. And I guess it's more of a marker of Southeast golf rather than Bermuda. So I wanted to also incorporate that. So you will see again on the cheat sheet, Bermuda as well as POA. I think they both play this week. Not, again, it's not, I will reiterate in case someone is just listening to me right now. this isn't going to act like Bermuda grass. This is going to act more like bent grass, more like rye overseed, more like POA overseed. So if you have POA overseed where the base grass is Bermuda in your stats for researching, do that. I think that's relevant. I think that's the proper way to do it. I don't have that. So I am using this, and quite frankly, this also will elevate the better golfers anyways, because they're going to have better stats. And I'm totally cool with that. Honestly, I want that to happen. I want the golfers that play well on Bermuda to be elevated at this golf course because of what I just mentioned, quite frankly. So again, you can find that on the cheat sheet, link in the description below. Talking more about the golf course and the tournament. I don't have anything else to add to the tournament fact sheets. You can, again, check out the grass here. We kind of already went through it. You can find some additional notes here. I don't really care too much about that. And then some kind of fun notes down here. So it's already like the course by Greens of Greens turf grass. It is letting you know this is POA. Anyways, that covers the tournament fact sheets. I want to talk about the golf course. So I map the golf course. I map golf courses for each tournament every single week. And this week, I look at shot shapes and when I map the course, I kind of look at what shot shape matters at this tournament, what matters at this golf course, what's going to give these golfers better scoring opportunities. That's where the shot shapes come into play. So you see a bunch of fades. I don't see a single draw on there. I don't think a draw is, well, first of all, let's put it this way. Fade isn't necessary. None of this means it's necessary. You don't have to hit these shot shapes. They just help with scoring, giving yourself scoring possibilities. And then I kind of keep it in a little matrix down here. 6 shots where I think a fade is beneficial. And quite frankly, if you look at all the past winners of this tournament, you're going to find they all fade the golf ball. I know you're not going to see it off the top from here. Let's see. Do I have it in my DK pages? I wonder. Usually I keep track of it. I don't. And quite frankly, it's kind of interesting. So let me go back to here. You're going to see that on the screen already. Taylor Moore fades the golf ball. Shank, I don't know. Fleetwood draws it. Spieth draws it. And Wyndham Clark fades the golf ball. Now, I think I had him as a draw because he used to draw the golf ball, but I think he primarily hits a fade now. So this was from 2023. You had Sam Burns that also fades the golf ball. He's had great success at this golf course. Primarily hits a fade. Cody Gribble's a lefty who hits a draw. So that acts as a fade on this golf course. Weber hits mostly a draw, and I think Wallace hits a draw as well. But then you get Burns who hits a fade, Riley who hits a fade, JT hits a fade, I'm pretty sure Neesmith hits a fade, Fitzpatrick hits a draw, Harmon hits a draw, but he's a lefty, so that acts as a fade. Theegala likes to shape it both directions. Again, we get Burns here, but Keegan likes to draw the golf ball. Victor Hovland fades the golf ball. Can't remember what Tringali does. Answer could shape it both directions. You know, and then there's a few draw golfers down here. So don't, you know, I say fade is a benefit, or you would benefit from hitting a fade. It's not necessary. There's a lot of draw golfers that are at the top of the leaderboard. So if you have a tiebreaker between 2 golfers, don't be afraid to use the fades. Just my 2 cents. Talking about the tournament though, here's something I find very interesting, super interesting. Normally, if I were to go to results and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you're going to see the cutoff is line 146. Now there are 2 lines reserved for headers, so 2 minus 146, you get 144. You see how every event, except for 2021, which was played in May, has 144 golfers to it? Normally we have 144. You want to know how many we have this week? 156. So it's going to be very similar to this. Now, I checked, maybe the dates were different. Last year, this tournament was played during March 17th to March 21st. And I think the month prior, or not the month, the year before that, I think it was also March like 16th to the 20th. It's been in this time of year every single year. So I don't understand why they're adding more golfers to it, especially when you get to these Florida tracks. How often, I mean, round one of the players was suspended. That was 156 golfers. They couldn't get all of them through. I don't think they're going to get all of them through during the Valspar. This is a tougher golf, well, not tougher than the Players Championship. But then there's that question of whether that's coming in on Friday. If you haven't seen it, it's been posted all over Twitter. I'm sure other podcasts are talking about it too. Friday's supposed to be really gusty, and it looks like there's going to be some decent rain between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of people are predicting that the tournament the cut isn't going to be determined Friday. It's going to be determined Saturday, meaning some golfers aren't going to be able to play their entire, 2 rounds of golf between Thursday and Friday. You pile that on with the fact that it's 156 golfers in this field. I don't know what to make of that. I think it's kind of stupid. I don't know why they went to 156 golfers. Like, it kind of feels like the PGA is, like, for multiple reasons, just screwing up this entire year. I'm sure it's because they promised golfers they'd be able to play in these tournaments, and maybe they got a few more, what's the word? Happens every Friday, golfers commit. Maybe they got a few more commitments than they were anticipating, so they just bumped up the field to 156. I don't know. But you add that with the projected weather on Friday, supposed to be somewhat bad. I don't know what to do with like waves, like tee time waves. I still believe you like doing a clean 3-3 split is going to be fine, because again, dude, I will beat this drum so hard. Every time we think weather played a factor in a person putting together a GPP winning lineup, I can go back and prove to you could have built a better lineup using 3 a.m. golfers and 3 p.m. golfers. The Players Championship where Cam Smith won, the 2021, 2022, I think it was 2022 Players Championship. Yeah, you could have built 3 a.m. and 3 p.m. and would have taken down a GPP very easily, by the way. Not even just barely, easily. So it's, I went over this in the Players Championship video last week, just because when we were looking at tee times, it's like, yeah, hey, check this out, by the way. AM, PM, like it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. So again, I mention all of that because if you're playing the weather angle and you're going to do the wave stacks, golf might not be finished Friday. They might have to go into Saturday morning. So who you thought would get a benefit might not. And they might not even finish Thursday, by the way, because there are too many golfers in the field. 156 is way too many for this time of year. So just be careful. Be careful. There's so many unknowns about what to do. Just be careful. That's all I gotta say. Okay. I don't have anything else to talk about course and tournament information. Let's get on to the next portion, which is pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. This is sponsored by Fantasy Golf Pod. If you are not subscribed to their channel, go and do so. Chad is a blast to listen to. He seems a little bit down and out over the last couple weeks, so go over and cheer him up. He goes live Wednesdays. Looks like he's going to go early tomorrow, so we should go ahead and check it out. But talking about pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, why I like to cover this is because there might just be a specific salary structure you should stick to, or perhaps there might be a question you have, whether or not should you play 10K golfers at this event. Is this an event that you should just accept volatility, Do not play the high price guys because, you know, anything can happen. And this is one of those tournaments that can eat up the best golfers in the world. That's also a good reason to look into this. Also, should you play a 6K golfer? Well, this week, a 5K golfer. That's all that can be answered during this segment. A lot of people are just like, oh yeah, optimal lineups. You got to leave a lot of money on the table. It's not just that. We're reviewing the top 10 of every single leaderboard so you can see what their price tags were. Your optimal lineup in 2018 left $200 on the table, and it consisted of a 9K, 10K, 9K. I want to say, yeah, 2018 I was telling you about when it comes to the grass stats, and this being POA, it was here where Tiger came back in 2018. So it was 9, 7, 9, 6, 7, 8. That added up to be 49.8. So just to say that in a different way, that would be 2 9K golfers, 1 8K golfer, 2 7s, and a 6. 2 9s, an 8, 2 7s, and a 6. That's how you get your 6 golfers. The $3 birdie, the contest on DraftKings, that had those top 3, 979. It also had Sabatini at the 6K range, but it had Webb Simpson at 8,500, Zach Johnson at 77. So you had 2 $7,700 golfers, 2 9K golfers, an 8K, and a 6K golfer. And that used up all 50,000. So if you want to know how much money to leave on the table in 2018 between the two tournaments, averaged out to be just leaving $100 on the table. In 2019, your optimal lineup left $700 on the table, and it consisted of 2 9K golfers once again. And then you had 1 8K golfer, a 7, 7, 6. So the same thing you saw in 2018. 2 9s, 1 8, 2 7s, 1 6. That I also had, I played a different contest that year. I did the $1 hole-in-one, which is a winner take all. That one had a 9K, 8K, 7K, 8K, 8K, 7K. So very conservative, very balanced. To say that differently, that's 1 9K golfer, 3 8Ks, and 2 7s. But guess what? Your most expensive guy, Dustin Johnson, was also inside the top 10. If I were to sort this from top to bottom, DJ finished 6th, Rahm finished 6th, your most expensive golfers. But you had some 10K golfers that missed the cut, and then Sergio, who did nothing. But going back to, let me take a filter back off of this. Could you have built a lineup using a 10K golfer? Well, you probably would go 11, 9, probably not, we'll see, 8, 7, 6, 7? No, that's way over. Probably not an 8K golfer, probably need a 7K golfer. Yeah, so this is 49.9. If I were to highlight this, this is $49,000, $900, so you're leaving $100 on the table. I mean, I think you probably win a GPP, considering they only had 3 guys inside the top 5. That was a winner take all, so not so much a GPP. But again, there are ways that you can build lineups using a 10K golfer. In 2018, by the way, 2 10K golfers at the top. And I guess if I were to sort this from top to bottom for salaries, MQ just means Monday qualified. Both of those guys finished inside the top 20. That's crazy. Your top 2 guys missed the cut. Spieth and McIlroy. By the way, drawers of the golf ball, fade is, you know, beneficial here. Not all fades are going to be perfect at this course. Not all draws are going to be hurt at this golf course. Just throwing that out there. 2021, your optimal lineup left $900 on the table, and that one consisted of a 10K golfer. Let's see here, I'm trying to look. 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6. So no 9K golfer for your optimal. However, for a realistic optimal, what you could do, since you're leaving $900 on the table, you can use that $900 and pay for the 9K golfer that's right behind Cameron Tringali and go with Abraham Answer, which gives you $50,000 right there. That equals $50,000 on the button. Then you're using a 10-9-8, 7-7-6, just so you know. Your GPP winning lineup, though, use those top 3 guys, 10 and 2 7K golfers who are the same price tag. I got to always remind myself of that because I kind of fall in that superstition thing where I don't like price tags to be the same. for any of my golfers in my lineups. But you have a 10, two $7,900 golfers, 6K, 8K, and oh no, you don't have that 6K. You had this 8K down here and this 6K down here. So really you had a 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6, just like the optimal lineup, and that used $50,000 of the salary. That scored 595. Yeah, so that realistic optimal that I had, that scored 638. Going to 2022, your optimal lineup left $1,600 on the table. Don't do that. That's difficult to do. And that optimal included an 11K golfer in Justin Thomas, a 9K golfer in Sammy Burns, then you had two 6K golfers, a 7K golfer, and another 7. So just to read that off differently, that's a 10-9, 7-7, 6-6 lineup, leaving $1,600 on the table. Again, that's difficult to do. So I, again, built a different lineup, and it just includes a 9K golfer instead of Harmon, who is $7,600. So it's an 11, 9, 9, 7, 6, 6. That uses up $49,800. Your GPP winning lineup uses up all $50,000 of the salary. That's a 9 or an 11, 9, 6, 7, 6, 9. So that's very stars and scrubs. That is a 10 and 2 9s to go with 1 7 and 2 6s. So keep that in mind. That is, I think that's actually the way I want to go this week as well. In 2023, your optimal lineup left $400 on the table, and that used a 10K golfer, an 8, 7, 8, 7, 6. So just to say that differently, that is one 10K golfer, two 8K golfers, two 7K golfers, and a 6K. That's what I've been saying this entire video, this entire segment so far, is a 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6. No 9K golfers in that. Not saying there isn't a 9K golfer in the mix, because there obviously is in Tommy Fleetwood. And in fact, you had two SweetSpot optimals. You had one lineup and an alternate that scored the same amount of points, but they both used a 10, 9, 8, 7 start. The only difference is you could have went with a $6,100 Cody Gribble, and as well as an $8,000 KH Lee. Let's see, what are my notes here? Glover was an alternate. I'm not sure what Glover is. Down here, jeez. Oh, I see. So yeah, $7,300 Webb Simpson with $6,700 Lucas Glover would have given you the same amount of points as Cody Gribble and KH Lee, looks like. Anyways, 10, 9, 8, 7, that start there, and then you either add another 7 and a 6, or you add another 8 and a 6. That all works out. So yes, salary construction is going to be a little bit different this week, because if you go to that cheat sheet, again, link in the description, we have our average salary, for this tournament, it's at $6,400. It was $6,700 for the Players Championship, and all that means you can build some really stars and scrubs lineup this week, because there aren't as many 10K golfers. There aren't as many 9K golfers. I mean, truly, there are only 6 9K golfers and 1 8K golfer technically, but I include this 8K golfer in my 9K range. And then when it comes to the 8K range, you actually have 10 golfers where normally you would see 11. And in fact, that's what I have here, including a $7,800 golfer and a $7,900 golfer. Here's where it gets really interesting, because when it comes to the 7K range, what you see on the screen that's highlighted, those are 15 golfers that are in the 7K range this week. Normally we see somewhere between 35 to 40. The fact that we don't have that many 7K golfers really allows you to jam in more 10, 9, and 8 golfers together. And I'm not afraid of doing that, because when we just went over past optimal and GPP winning lineups, you saw several 10K golfers inside the top 10. You saw several 9K golfers inside the top 10. Optimal lineups can only be built by keeping your lineups within the salary cap. Well, if they're going to make these prices really weird, instead of just saying, oh yeah, 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6, it's like, well, now we're going to have 5K golfers who were typically 6K golfers. You see how these price conversions are happening? A $5,700 golfer this week is like a $6,400 golfer in any other week. It's just, you're getting $700 more to play with. And then coming down here, 51 to 61, you get $1,000 more to play with if you wanted to choose like a Trace Crow or Callum Tarran or any of these guys down here, which, I mean, not the best options, but you could. And you're getting a huge discount playing these golfers, whereas in past events you wouldn't have been. So that just gives you more money to spend up top. And just to go over that just a little bit more, I included in my bucket system. This is the engine that drives the bucket system. I keep track of all stats, or any of the stats that I possibly can, any of the stats that I care about within these bucket systems. So like I said, 10K range, if we're looking at all top 10 finishers where I have salaries involved, look at this. You have at least one 10K golfer every single year inside the top 10. You nearly have almost one 10K golfer inside the top 5 every single year. And oh, by the way, these previous tournaments don't have the best golfers, you know. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Not every year do we have a star-studded like 10K range. But I mean, your stars are actually the ones that are performing really well, like JT in 2022. In 2023, you had Jordan and Sam Burns. 2021, you had Victor Hovland, which at that time, he wasn't really doing anything. If I look back at his past 7 weeks up here, 25th, 21st, he had a match play 42nd place and then missed cut at the Players Championship. That's not what a really good 10K golfer would be doing. JT finished 13th, by the way. He was 11,500. So, and he scored 82.5 points, which isn't super great when it comes to trying to build lineups to win a GPP, but it's not really that hurtful. Like, you're still going to win money. 2019, DJ and Rahm, those are your best golfers for sure. So yeah, maybe I'm hurting my argument here because I'm not seeing, you know, I mean, Sergio and Justin Rose in 2018, I guess, you know, J Rose probably was much better golfer then. Sure, I guess I'll give him that credit. And same with Sergio. Sergio had played really well at this event in the past and had good recent form coming in. Okay, so I guess I'll eat my words. Pretty decent 10K golfers. So this week with the decent 10K, I think this week's 10K golfers are really good. You have Schauffele, Burns, Thomas, and Spieth. The only questionable one I really have is Spieth. JT can be questioned, by the way. Don't get me wrong. JT is not out of the picture being questioned. But Xander, rock solid. Burns, yeah, didn't finish super great at the Players Championship. Finished 45th, but still a solid player, especially at this golf course. And prior to the API and Players, he had a 10th, a 3rd, and a 10th. Like, those are pretty good finishes. Kind of the same thing with JT. He had a 12th at API, a 12th at WM Phoenix Open, and a 6th at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. I'm not afraid to play any of these 10K golfers. And going back to the buckets, almost won every single year. One 10K golfer inside the top 5 every single year. Look at the 9K range, by the way. There's been one inside the top 5 every single year in the 9K range, but we never mentioned, you know, in the optimal lineup, the 9K or a 9K golfer all that often. We had a 10, 2 8s, 2 7s, and a 6. You remember that? So this week, you know, because the salaries are so soft, having a 9K golfer in your lineup, I think is going to be just fine. I also think having 2 10K golfers in your lineup and maybe a 9K golfer, it's going to be just fine as well, to be honest with you. Because the 7K range doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean what it used to. 7K used to have 35 some golfers in it, and now we only have 15 this week. You can do a lot of different things. And by the way, in that price conversion that I have on that cheat sheet, when I go to the 7K range, I don't look at the 7K range as you would see it this week. For instance, Ben Griffin is $6,800 this week. He normally would be $7,300 in a normal salary week. So I'm counting him as a 7K golfer. Just so you guys know, he will be a 7K golfer when I build lineups. I'm treating him as a 7K golfer, although he's $6,800 and $500 less than what I'm giving him credit for. And just so you know that if you're using the optimizer, I have that also. You know, this 7K range. Just to show you, there's Matt Kuchar 65, Thomas Dietrich in the lineup that I built before coming on air. 68, 65. When you look at this little box here, it tells you what it chooses in this column here. It chooses 110, 2 9s, 3 7K golfers. So $8,900 Keith Mitchell. Remember in that price conversion, I have him as a 9K golfer. So I've made those updates. That is now how my optimizer is looking at these golfers. And just to show you on the bucket system page, if I scroll down here and I look at salary totals, this is counting how many golfers are in the field. I have 151 because I have not updated to add the other 4 golfers. There will be 4 more golfers in this range down here. But do you see? One of the things that I wanted to make sure looked right. Well, I mean, all of them look right. Your 10K golfers, 4. I added one more 9K golfer, remember Keith Mitchell at $8,900. I include in here. Averages are over here, by the way. So we see 7 usually in the 9K range. 8K range, I think we only have 10 technically in the 8K range, but I'm counting 11. In the 7K range, when you look at everything else, it says 42.2, but if you take away the 65 in 2018, they didn't, like, DraftKings really didn't know what was going on, what they want to do with their salaries. When you count just those 4 together, you get an average of 36.5. So I made sure the 7K range had 37 golfers in it. And then in a normal 6K range, it's usually 35. So there you go, you have 35 there. So I have manipulated the salaries this week to match what it does on most weeks. Because when I do that, or when we do that, we're analyzing it 1 for 1, or as close to 1 for 1 as we possibly can. And then that way we can figure out the proper ways of building lineups. So this week, because there's, you know, this pretty big 7K range, I'm counting 37 versus the 15 that you see on DraftKings. We can build more. They're gonna look more stars and scrubs-esque. They're gonna look more. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to do it. Like, it just stars and scrubs is the perfect way to say it. I'm trying to think of different terminology, but that's the best way to do it. So if you're comfortable playing 2 10K golfers, by all means do so, because only 2 years, I guess 2 out of 5 years, we failed to have a second 10K. And I guess if we go to 2022 and 2021, so 2022, I told you, oh, I mean, there's Xander Schauffele right there in 12th place in 2022, being another 10K golfer that almost finished inside the top 10. That would have had a second top 10 guy. And oh, by the way, in 2021, remember we were just talking about this with Justin Thomas, 11.5. He was 13th. So playing 2 10K golfers, I think is very, very viable this week. And if not, doing a 10 and 2 9s or 2 10s and a 9, that's all on the table, especially with how it all works out. So just throwing that all out there, just so you guys are more comfortable thinking about salaries kind of in the way that I do. I still want to attack the 10-9-8-7-7-6 approach. It just doesn't look that way. It just doesn't appear that way, you know, just looking at normal DraftKings salaries. You're not going to see that by just looking at the salaries like this. So if you are interested in the optimizer, again, like I said, I have built that into my salary model. It still will follow the salaries that you see, like the minimum and maximum salary. It will still be based off of what DraftKings has in its system, because it has to. We still have to follow DraftKings rules. So despite the salaries being as soft as they are, we still got to follow them. But what you're going to see is probably more 10K lineups built tonight than you've ever seen before. And I'm a huge advocate for it this week. Normally I probably wouldn't be, but when we get to the Marquee Tee Times, I am feeling 2 golfers in specific that I want to pair up together. And it's not even so much just 2 golfers, it's 1 golfer and 1 group. So I will tell you that when we get there. I think this pretty much covers pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. Again, kind of was a bit specific with that, but I want to, you know, talk strategy, put it that way. Let's go ahead and get into a review of the Players Championship. Let me take away that screen and get into the Players Championship. So I like to review the bucket system for the previous tournament so you can feel more comfortable going into this week's tournament. And I do this every single video just to show you how well the process works, and I'm being very transparent with you going through all of this. So I start here. I start here with the summary page, which is the bucket system and their projections. So how we read this, we look at max projections and min projections, and basically look how many finish inside the top 10, how many finish inside the optimal lineup, and then I have a sweet spot optimal that follows last week's rules. Now this column here, the sweet spot optimal, I don't count that when it comes to the success column you see here. As you probably figured out, this will let you know if the projection was successful or not. It's a bit misleading though, because I still haven't written in there, and I don't think I'm going to, but if you follow this channel long enough, I will tell you when you have an instance like this, like last year 3, where it's 0.63, 1.05. I always say round up to this one, and I always say round down to that one. Now, actually, this should... I don't understand... What do we have here? I think I'd say to round up. I'm wondering why this says no. Like I said, maybe it's looking at the optimal lineup. Maybe this is the ultimate tiebreaker. So this range, we always round down with minimum and we always round up with our maximum. And there always has to be a 2-point buffer between the two. So this literally reads 0 to 2. And we had 2 golfers that finished inside the top 10, which should have made this bucket a success. But there are 3 inside the optimal lineup. I'm not sure why this says no. I think this should say yes. So what I was trying to get at is this is misleading because some of these projections, it's just not going to update properly. Like this one down here. You see how this one says, I'm just going to highlight it differently for you guys. See how it says 0.57 to 0.95? This rounding up thing, yeah, see, I don't know what's going on with the formulas, but behind these two. I think it must be looking at these. I'll have to double check after the video, but these are very much inside the projections that I had. This is a projection of being inside the top 10. 0 to 2, and we had 2. We had 2 golfers inside the top 10 for that bucket. And this one is supposed to be 0 to 2, again, rounding up and then giving a 2-point buffer. Since you can't go below 0, 2 will always be the minimum max projection, and 0 will always be the minimum min projection. And we had 1. But we also had 2 inside the optimal lineup, so I have no idea what the heck's going on with this. I think it's just how I wrote it, so I'll have to go back into it. But we did have a failure here. I was only projecting 0 to 2. Course history 4 golfers to finish inside the top 10. We had 4 not only in the top 10 but also in the optimal lineup. And then when I scroll down to here with strokes gained 2, I was projecting 1 to 3, although it was very close to being 0 to 3. We had 0 inside the top 10, 0 in the optimal lineup, and 1 in the sweet spot optimal. So this was the worst week by far for the sweet spot process. But if you look at all the yeses, I would say remove 2 of these no's because there's some kind of issue with the optimal lineup being greater than the top 10. I don't know why it's looking at it that way. But you remove those two, we had 34 successful buckets out of 36. And those, again, just come from the projections. And just so you know, in order to really look at this to see if it was a success, we review what the best sweet spot optimal is versus the GPP winner, which was worth $1 million this last week. And we just double check. Could we have taken that down? If we could, then it's a success. So I think that's what I'm just going to do. Just let me show you that first, and then we're going to go into the Marquee Tee Times, and then we're going to go into the Marquee Tee Times for, actually, no, I'll say the Marquee Tee Times for last. Marquee Tee Times is the best thing. I love the Marquee Tee Times. We'll go into the bucket system, and then Marquee Tee Times, then the 7K combo buckets. For the Players Championship, the optimal lineup left $500 on the table. It used the most expensive golfer, Scottie Scheffler, at $12,800. $12,800, by the way. And then $9,700 Wyndham Clark, $8,200 Matt Fitzpatrick, $7,900 Brian Harman, $5,600 Sam Ryder, who had the most birdies in the week. So obviously that's easy, right? Why he would have he would be in the optimal lineup. And then $5,300 Nate Lashley. 2 5K golfers, 1 12K golfer, a 9, an 8, and a 7. Again, you could just look at it as 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, basically. That's how I would view that. And again, it left $500 on the table. It scored 695 points. The Millie Maker lineup left $100 on the table. It was pretty good. It scored 642 points. So again, the optimal scored 695. The Millie scored 642, so there's a 53-point difference between the two. That lineup is all these golfers in blue. So it's Scotty and Xander, so 2 10K golfers, and the most expensive guys. I think Xander was the second most. He might have been the third most. So you had Scotty, Xander, and Harman. Then you had $5,300 Nate Lashley, Doug Gim, who was being talked up so much last week. He's a part of the Millie Maker lineup, by the way. It's crazy. And then Mark Hubbard, $5,800. So that's 2 5K golfers, 1 6K, 2 10Ks, and a 7. And really, it's 2 11+ K golfers and a 7. Again, that scored 642. The Sweet Spot Optimal left $0 on the table, used up all 50,000. Millie Maker scored 642. Sweet Spot Optimal scored 654. So that is a 12-point gap between, the Sweet Spot Optimal beat the Millie Maker lineup by 12 points. And that would have included Scottie Scheffler, Brian Harman, Siwoo Kim, Hideki Matsuyama, Sam Ryder, and Adam Schenk. It's interesting. I was wondering if we should play Adam Schenk or not. Sam Ryder was one of those that I thought would be a good play, but I didn't build this lineup. You obviously don't see a how I won $1 million video because I didn't win $1 million. But you have a 12, 9, 8, 7, 5, 5. But again, those are like 6K golfers. And like if I go back to that summary page, that's what this column means. This is how much those golfers that I just said all are in these buckets. This is how many you see from each of those buckets, and they all fit inside all those projections. So it's just letting you know, if you follow the Sweet Spot process, you could have came across this lineup, used up all $50,000 of the salary. Basically, all you needed to do was anchor your lineups around Scottie Scheffler and Hideki Matsuyama, and I'm sure we would probably have built that lineup. Sam Ryder was high in my model, so too was Adam Schenk. Like, if you all remember last week, we were building a lot of Adam Schenk lineups, or Adam Schenk was showing up quite a bit. So it could have been there. Siwoo Kim was not being selected a lot. I'll be honest with that. So maybe you would have had to have selected Scotty and Siwoo and be cool with Hideki Matsuyama being in that lineup. Which I don't know why you wouldn't, but you know. Going to the Marquee Tee Times, that is, again, the last piece to look at because the Sweet Spot Optimal follows the Marquee Tee Times as well. I'm going to highlight these by every 3 golfers because that's every group. These are all the groups in the field last week. And the rule is you want to select somewhere between 2 to 4 golfers, and you don't want to pair them up together. Because most optimal lineups, and I say most, 90%, just over 90% of optimal lineups just over 90% of optimal lineups follow that logic. You have 2 to 4 golfers and they don't play together. This last week was different. It failed. That one failed. These are all of your optimal lineup golfers that are on the screen that I've highlighted. All these little black tick marks are the optimal lineups. You had Scotty Scheffler, Brian Harman, and Wyndham Clark. Those 2 golfers played together. And you had Matt Fitzpatrick and Sam Ryder. So not only do we have more than 4 golfers, we have 5. And outside of that, we also had 2 golfers playing together. So this breaks all of the rules that I usually put in place. So yes, it can be done, ladies and gentlemen. It can be done. However, once again, the whole purpose of playing this is to win a GPP, and you already saw the Sweet Spot Optimal beat the GPP winning lineup. It was behind, so what? It was 654 is what the Sweet Spot Optimal scored, and it was 695 what the optimal lineup scored. So there's still a 40-point difference between the two. That's a pretty big gap. But if you follow the Sweet Spot Optimal, the 4 golfers you could have selected: Scotty, Brian Harman, Hideki Matsuyama, and then Sam Ryder. 4 golfers. And then there was Siwoo Kim, who was number 5, who was just underneath the top market, or the Marquee Tee Times. So those 4, you play them. They're not playing together, but it's 4 golfers to select. And then your GPP winning lineup had 3. And they didn't play together. So if you are someone who follows the channel and that's how you got onto those lineups, let us know. That'd be awesome, right? Have a Millie Maker winning lineup that watched the show and was like, okay, that's cool. I'll take that piece from him and not play these guys together. Probably didn't happen, but you know, we can all hope. So anyways, that was a review of the Players Championship and the Sweet Spot process involved with it. I would say it's 100% successful because we would have taken down the Millie Maker. The buckets, 34 to 36 correct. The Marquee Tee Times weren't correct. I said pick 2 to 4. There were 5 in the optimal lineup. But again, if you follow the Sweet Spot process, if you follow all those rules, you still take down a GPP. So let me catch up with chat really quick. I saw a bunch of people come in here and say stuff, and I'm sorry, I was on a roll. Let's go back. Let me look. And I gotta go really far back, don't I? You guys just blown up the chat. That's awesome. I guess I gotta go all the way back to... Okay. Shalik Harden said he got 3rd in the Drive the Green. 20K. Shalik Harden, was that like the second Drive the Green that came out? That's pretty cool though, still. Let's see. People saying hi to Anna. Shalik Harden had to say hi to the person calling him Judas. That's pretty funny. AJ says, I'm only doing 3 lineups this week. I think I'm only gonna do 3 lineups until the majors. Hey, that's a good way to protect your bankroll, for sure. Daniel Bold says, JT, Harman, Taylor, Shank, really have no idea where to go. Whatever your ideas are, I'll take as well. Thank you, sir. Nice work, Harden, as John Bizzle says. Bizzle, I think, won, what was it, 27,000 the week before? It was something large. I built that lineup while I was in chat last week. I think it was all the guys I was seeing a lot, and the optimizers popping out and randomly put together. Oh my god, I sent the screenshot to your email. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool, because there is usually that conversation like, oh yeah, the optimizer likes these golfers quite a bit, and so you put lineups together with them. That's great. I got no issue with that. Josh coming in saying howdy. Hey Josh, you should rewind and check out the first couple minutes of the video. You might be pleasantly surprised. Daniel Bold goes, do you use that method every week? And he goes, I do. There is no method to my madness though. Well, I'm gonna try anything, Daniel says. Okay. I don't need to read all of these. Let's double check. Daniel says, funny, the only money I made was with a lineup that made 4 or 6 through the cuts. Happens. That happens. Oh, and the 4 you had were Scotty, Matsuyama, Siwoo, and Harman. So the guys we were just talking about that were in the Sweet Spot Optimal. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. AJ goes, I should have taken the last lineup because I was right on my Scheffler Matsuyama Siwoo combo, but I took the highest metric score that had Cam Davis instead of Harman lineups I got. Yeah, Cam Davis kicked my butt too. That guy, there's something wrong with that guy. You know, there was he had a sickness a while ago. I don't know what that sickness was, but when he had played that week, you could just see how clammy he looked. Like he just looked white. He looked sweaty. He looked sick. He still looks sick. I don't know if he's battling something. I don't know if it's like a, you know, like cancer or anything like that. I'm sure they would have came out and said something to that effect, but he doesn't look right at all. And I have to, until he makes like a comeback where he looks comfortable and doesn't look sickly, I don't think I'm gonna play him anymore. Not gonna blacklist him, but I just want to make sure he's healthy before I start playing him again. Oh boy, Charlie Harden calling out Amber Heard. Scam Davis, Scammy Boy Davis is what I'll call him now from now on. I usually call him Cammy Boy Davis, but now he's Scammy Boy Davis. Ugly weather for the first 2 rounds. Old Elvis says. Zen Runner says, I think the lowest I would go Barnes or Silverman 6,500. Are you talking about this week? I haven't looked at price tags. I have no idea what those 2 golfers are this week. I mean, I have looked at price tags. I just not those guys. I thought Thursday wasn't gonna be bad either. Anna goes, hey, Mr. Lombardi, he likes to party. Good. I get it. Good joke. Big Little Neck, that's an awesome compliment. Thank you. Channel's the best kept secret in PGA DFS. I don't. Anna's gonna get really mad at me. I forgot to post it on Twitter once again. I'm so bad at marketing, but there's a method to that madness. I rather, you know, grow a tight-knit group of followers and then try to explode on the scene, you know, whenever the website gets up and running, and I have more time to focus on this because I really don't have all that much time. I'm doing so many things all at once. I just chat. Okay, I made it. Have we went over anchor buckets and Marquee Tee Times? Not yet. We're about to right now. Lombardi Lease, he told me his 2 golfers. Okay, AJ has his golfers. Zen Runner, is there data in the past optimal lineups for combined ownership of 6 golfers to find an optimal ownership range? Not yet. I track all of that information. As you can tell, this is last week's Players Championship. I have all of their ownership, not the projected ownership though, just their ownership. So you can see what they ended up being, and you will be able to figure that, or I'll be able to provide that when. That's actually a good thought. I'll have to remember that. Feel free to join me in the Thursday night meeting, or Thursday night, not meeting. I have a meeting Thursday night video where I'm building my website, and hopefully I'll be putting those reports together that will get published to my website. And if you want me to add ownership to past optimal lineup golfers, I can certainly do that. And then you can see what the overall ownership was. So hopefully that will be helpful. How accurate was the Marquee Tee Time last week? We just went over that. I was heavy on Siwoo, missing Harman. Dang, man. Odell River. Wow. Why do I like Matty Schmid this week? Hey, Odell, first time seeing you here. Welcome in. Why do I like Matty Schmid this week? Yeah, he's one of those guys that At the end of last year, I was kind of liking, and I think more of the reason was because I had a ton of Rainmaker cards of his. But that's a bit biased. I think he's coming back. He looks good. Wyndham and Harmon were the only two that threw me off everyone in Optimal, besides Harmon won the 3-ball thing, though. All right. Nuke won live. I saw, or Nuke live. I saw you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate it, man. And I appreciate the comment. Appreciate that big time. All hello, sir. And Anna, look at that. We get daughter and father in here. Small hands. Oh my God. Did I win something? I don't know, Josh. You're gonna have to go look, man. Okay. All right. Moving on. We have gotten past everything. So we want to talk about the anchor buckets, go into the Marquee Tee Times, and then finish up with the 7K combo buckets. And I'll show you what last week's looked like too. So if you're following along with me on the cheat sheet, what you'll want to do is go to the bucket system portion of this, hit the filter at the top where it says bucket system, and apply that filter and follow along with me. So I have my filter on. What I want to do is, and I'm going over the anchor buckets. If you want to actually look at the bucket system for its full value, in column H where it says minimum projection, we always round down. So if 0 is the lowest it will go. This 1.01 actually rounds down to 1, but then I have another rule that goes along with it. You always round up in this max projection. The 1.69 goes up to 2. It doesn't go further than 2, it just goes up to 2, which automatically means the minimum goes to 0 because we want a 2-point buffer. You always want a 2-point buffer between these ranges. It's the only way to make it all work out. So 1.69 goes up to 2. That automatically drops the 1.01 down to 0. Now this one underneath it actually does the opposite. 0.35 rounds down to 0. 0.58 rounds up to 1, but we want a 2-point buffer between the two, so it becomes 0 to 2. That's how you read these projections. And then there are other pieces you can look at in the cheat sheet, whether it's your optimal lineups, your top 5 frequencies, your top 20 frequencies. It just shows you how many times golfers from those buckets finish inside those ranges. So top 5 leaderboard, top 20 leaderboard, cut and made. You can see that over there. So you can look at all of that information, optimal lineups. All of that's available to you. What I like to do in these videos, just try to find the anchor buckets. How to do that is you go to filter by condition on max projection, and then you go to the greater than or equal to 2. Do that, and it's going to just basically filter out all the ones that have minimums less than 1. And if I look at my max projections over here, this is the only questionable one, but we don't talk about 7K golfers. We don't really care. So that's the first piece when looking at the anchor buckets. Now the second piece is I want to filter out the biggest buckets here. Then the biggest one are golfers who didn't play last year. That's 83. I like to find 25 to 30 as my range, and considering there aren't many that are 25 or 30, when I put a filter on this, I think we probably just get rid of all of our anchor buckets, honestly. Technically, these are all the anchor buckets right here. So those that are following along with that you want to see the true anchor buckets, this is what you get. Last year 6s, last week 5s. Those are guys who missed the cut at the Players Championship. Course history 3s, those are all golfers that are like in the middle of the pack for course history. Recent form 2, recent form 3. The 7K range, which again, my 7K range is different than DraftKings 7K range. This would literally be tier 4 salaries, is what I would normally call it. Then you got stroke gain 1, 3, and 4. You can look at this on the cheat sheet. If I pull up the cheat sheet, you see all these columns here, B through F. That's what you get. Here, I'll go back to my sheet. This is what we're looking at when I'm talking about last year 6s. So it makes it easy. Last year 6, you go to that cheat sheet, you find the last year column, abbreviated LY for last year. You put a filter on this bad ride. I'm going to sort by salaries. And basically all you want to do, if you want to look at these golfers, last year 6s, You clear out whatever that filter is and you just go down to 6. And there you go. You have all, what, 83 golfers, I think it was, or 80 golfers that are in the last year's 6 bucket. That's how you look. That's how you find the anchor buckets. And then on top of that, if you're reading this correctly, you want somewhere between 3.16 rounds down to 3, 5.26 rounds up to 6. You want either select 3 golfers to put in your lineup or just build a whole lineup of 6 golfers in there. You can certainly do that. You can certainly follow that. But then there are also all of these other projections to go with. That's tedious, right? If you were to go through all that, you want to know it's really easy using the optimizer that I built on Excel. It includes all of those projections right here. These are ranges. I don't want to play more than 2 golfers that are in the last year 1 bucket or the last year 2 bucket, 3, 4, 5. But last year 6, I have 2 to 6. Now I put 2 to 6 because it's really close to being 2. If I were to go back and look at this right here, this is almost less than 3, or this is almost less than 4, which would round up to 4, which would drop the minimum to 2. I'm just going to put 2 for me because it's just safer. Put it that way. It's just safer. So I'd much rather do that. Put it to 2. So that's how you read this. For the sake of this video, is this all I'm going to look at? Maybe I look at 36 and 37. Okay, maybe we look at these 4 buckets. We don't talk about salary buckets, so that's fine. Course history 3, recent form 2, and strokes gained 1. There might not even be much of a conversation to be had, if I'm going to be honest with you. Course history 3? I think there's probably just too many golfers to talk about. Yeah, there's a lot of golfers here. Now, this is really interesting, though. We're going to talk about the Marquee Tee Times very soon. Brian Harman is in one of them. Brian Harman's in a very interesting bucket. Or a Marquee Tee Time that I will talk about. But if you don't want to play him, I really like Nick Taylor this week too. This seems like a good place for Nick Taylor. And you get all the other golfers here. I see Byron just made the chat. Byron, there's our boy Doug Gim. Just so you know, back 9 bets, Byron. He basically hates Doug Gim this week. Absolutely hates Doug Gim. There's probably going to be a case of beer bet on this. Byron, here's my bet. Top 18. You said top 15. I want 3 more points. Give me top 18. Top 18 and ties for Doug Gim for a case of beer. That's my bet. We can negotiate, but that's how I think top 18. Now, don't get me wrong. We're chasing the optimal, right? You bet Doug top 20. Perfect. That's perfect. So it's a win-win. You can win money while I win a case of beer. So hold on. You're telling me top 15. You're like, Doug Gim's not going to finish top 15, but you did a top 20 bet? So you think he's going to place within 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th place, but not 15th or better? You're an interesting feller, you. Okay, anyways. You can see the rest of the golfers. I really don't want to talk about anyone in the 7K range or lower. We can talk about them when we're building lineups, like Victor Perez, I kind of like this week. Ben Griffin, I also like. Joel Damon's here with a really good finish from last week. Andrew Nova, I just said I wasn't going to talk about these guys, but now that I see their names, I'm like, whoa, I don't want to talk about these guys. Yeah, we'll talk more about them, but this bucket here, the projection that I have, 1 to 3. So literally, I'm giving constraints. I'm giving restrictions. The bucket is 36 golfers deep, right? 36 golfers deep. If I'm telling you you don't want to play more than 3 from this range, I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out by not picking worse golfers or a bad lineup. So find 3 golfers you like that you know you can put in a lineup together. It literally could be these top 3. You could put those top 3 golfers in a lineup together and be just fine. I mean, you still have enough salary relief, especially with all the 5K golfers that are in this field. So I got no issue with that. None whatsoever. Yeah, this is difficult. Like, I don't like talking about buckets that have over 25 golfers. The next one might be a little bit simpler. Recent form 2s. I already forgot the projection, so let me go look. 1 to 4. 1 to 4. And I think that's what I built into the optimizer, right? 1 to 4. Recent form 2s, 1 to 4. Recent form 3, is that another... Oh, it just had a lot of golfers in it. That's why we filtered it out. 1 to 4. Recent form 2s. Xander, JT, Brian Harmon, what we just talked about, and then there's Nick Taylor also. Yeah, I kind of have an idea how I'm building my lineups this week. Fun note, Xander JT lineups, very difficult to build in the optimizer. They are in conflicting buckets, I think. We will get there, but I'll just spoil it. I like Xander Schauffele so much this week, I'm considering playing him 100% of my lineups. And I want to pair him up with other 10K golfers. It is very, I don't know. I'm not going to put a lot of money into this week, but I just want to go all in on Xander and just deal with it. And just deal with it. Yeah. And then stroke chain 1, I think what, Xander's in that bucket also? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of the recent form 2 bucket. I don't have anything else to really talk about with these guys. I have my favorites. I like Nick Taylor a lot. I like Brian Harmon a lot. I like the 2 10K golfers up here. I don't mind going back to McNeely. I already talked about Victor Perez. Just remember, we want 1 to 4, somewhere between 1 to 4. Somewhere between 1 to 4. Shot like Harden, I see that with Burns. My favorite lineup build is Xander Burns. Those are my two favorite combo golfers to put together in lineups this week is Xander Burns. I built so many good lineups with Xander Burns, just messing around with the optimizer before jumping on. I'm excited. For stroke chain buckets, if you want to follow along with me, all you got to do is make sure you're clear of all filters and then just go A to Z. It's all color coordinated. So really, if it's not Xander, and by the way, the projection for this bucket's 1 to 3 to finish inside the top 10. Again, that's my projection of finishing inside the top 10. 3 of these guys could finish inside the top 10, and it could be these top guys right here. Could be Xander, could be Spieth, could be Sungjae. But again, the projection is 1 to 3, meaning maybe just one of these guys finishes inside the top 10. And then you've got these guys down here kind of competing with them. And really, so you like Ben Silverman. Ben Silverman is right here in this bucket. If he's part of your 3 golfers, it's perfect for you. I don't have really one feel over another, but if I really like Sungjae this week, like it's really difficult. I almost want to jam 4 really top priced guys together, and I don't think I can. I might try it though, like try to do a Xander, Burns, Sungjae, Nick Taylor. I don't think it's possible, but I want to try. To add some of these 5K golfers in there too. So anyways, we shall see. We shall see how it all works out. But that's all I'm going to cover with the bucket system and the anchor buckets. Again, if you truly want to look at all the anchor buckets, you just remove this, the total, the filter from these totals, and we just kind of go with these projections right here. These all have over 1. You want at least 1 golfer from each of these buckets, or at least that's what we're projecting to be inside the top 10. It doesn't mean you want 1 or you should have 1, but I think we're going to have at least 1 inside the top 10, and that just increases your chances of hitting the optimal lineup. So I'm going to remove all of the filters. You guys can do the same. Let's talk about Marquee Tee Times. So if you're following along with me on the cheat sheet, all you have to do, I would recommend sorting by salary, top to bottom, Z to A, and then going into this group rank. I think on the SweetSpot cheat sheet, it's column O. So go into the cheat sheet, again, link in the description below, and we're going to sort from A to Z. These are the best groups based off the SweetSpot score and it's a cumulative score. There's a tie at the top, by the way. So how I do this, I rank order them. And so these 3 golfers here at the top, Burns, JT, and Sungjae, their total group score is 17 for the SweetSpot rank. And then the next one is Xander, Harman, and Taylor Moore. They also equal 17. I just think these 3 golfers are better than these 3 golfers, like group-wise. So I mark them as my top group. But that's how these are ranked. It's in order of their cumulative SweetSpot score. Their SweetSpot rank, I should say. But even SweetSpot score would be the same way. So these are your 9 groups. Now again, I just mentioned this during the Players Championship review. Select 2 to 4 golfers. You can see it up on the chat. And by the way, perfect roll call. Roll call number 1. Based off of what you see on the screen. Give me 2 to 4 golfers. Your favorite 2 to 4 golfers that can't be playing together. So you see it on the screen right now. They can't play together. And they got to be of these Marquee Tee Times because those are the rules. Those are the rules for the Marquee Tee Times. Select 2 to 4 and don't let them play together. And don't pick golfers that are playing together, I should say. So for instance, I told you I really like Xander Schauffele this week. He's 11-2. I told you it's interesting with Brian Harman because he's $9,800. I like Harman, but I like Xander so much, I want to pair him up with each of these guys, like separately. So I like Xander. I want to play Xander with JT. I want to play Xander with Burns, and I want to play Xander with Sungjae M. That's what I really want to do. But however you guys like it, you tell me. If you, I see J.K. Lawrence in the chat. He likes Xander Schauffele at 11.2 and Minwoo down here at 9,000. That's a really good combo. Very good combo. Yes. So I'm going to go ahead, copy these all over to the monthly, because all of your entries from each week go into the month-long giveaway. Delete these and put up Valspar. Roll call number 1. Remember, you're giving me 2 to 4 golfers that you like. We're going to build lineups with these guys, by the way. It's just my easy way of getting your lineups here. And you also get credit for the giveaway. So, Mr. D'Lo, it's the first one that's on that list. J.K. Lawrence, Joanne. Joanne, appreciate you saying. Yes, you did, Gabe. Gabe made roll call. Lombardi Lee, I know you left me some lineups earlier. How about you just give me all of your lineups right now? Like, whatever you set up top. And anyone else that's in chat, I don't know if Ryan there's Ryan. I do my roll call in a bit. Yeah, give me your guys now. Anything that was before, I will go and look still, but I think this is the best way to grab lineups from. It's just so much easier searching for lineups. I'm obviously not listening to the question. Burns, Cole, and Silverman. Silverman's in the Marquee Tee Times, I think, right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Ryan goes, you can ignore mine from before. Okay. All right. Anyone else in the chat, go ahead. By the way, if we reach 25 likes by the end of the video, I am giving away 5 memberships to the channel. Memberships unlock those badges that you see on some of these people's right next to their names. They also give you access to the emojis that are in there as well. Doing the dishes and mopping the floor for my wife, so got you. Oh, hey, appreciate it. I don't care where I'm at. You can bring me anywhere you want me, as long as I don't get the camera on your end of it. All right, so here are your Marquee Tee Times. I'm gonna go over each of these lineups and kind of give you my 2 cents. I should have done that before doing the roll call, but so be it. First group is Sam Burns, JT, Sungjae, any of those golfers. Honestly, any of them. Xander, Harman, Moore. I just like Xander and Harman. I don't really care for Moore. Spieth, Nick Taylor, Keegan Bradley. I like them all. I'm probably going to be playing most of them. And actually, putting Spieth with like Xander or the other 10K golfers seems pretty good too. Young, Finau, Straka. I like Young and Straka. I don't care for Finau. Finau has to show me he can not be a loser with his putter. Todd, Shank, and Woodland. You know what? I can go back to Woodland. Got no issue with that. And the other 3 guys, I'll play sparingly. I don't have an issue with either of them. Aaron Rai, Ryan Fox, and Thomas Dietrich. Probably going to limit my exposure to Dietrich, although I'm still a believer. Fox, I don't mind. And Aaron Rai, I don't mind. 85, though, yeah, in this field, actually, 85 is not a big deal. Montgomery, Novak, and Hoffman. I want to believe in Hoffman, but I think the back injury is just, I don't know. Believe it or not, I think I'll be playing my share of Montgomery this week. If you've been here before, you know I don't like that guy's golf swing. I think it's just, it looks so gross. But I think he can plot his way around this golf course just fine. It's going to be limited. My exposure to him is going to be limited, but I still like him. Mitchell, Thompson, and Zach Blair. All of those I'll also be playing very sparingly. I'll just set my exposure levels probably to like 10% and not play him more than 10%. And then we've got Minwoo, Doug Gim, and Peter Malnati. Probably the only golfer I'm not playing here is Peter Malnati. But Minwoo, I honestly forgot he was in the field, to be honest with you. But I do like Minwoo this week as well. So those are your Marquee Tee Times. I will be building lineups shortly. But first, I want to bring up the players' 7K combo buckets and this week's Valspar buckets. So when I scroll in, if you remember last week, I created my own 7K range based off of the old way of doing the 7K range. There weren't this many 7K golfers, so some of these were in the 8K range, some of these were in the 6K range. But when you map out what the old salary structure used to be, these guys would be your normal 7K golfers. So if you go back to the Players Championship and you go to the 7K combo buckets, I said you wanted to play at least one of these golfers. Now, I did that based off of the point totals here. 24 just seemed like the natural cutoff because there's a big enough gap, a 2-point gap, versus everything else here. Everything actually was progressive up until 35, Emiliano Grillo. So I was like, you know what? Fine, we're doing it this way. I thought maybe we go like 25 and up, so Chris Kirk and up. It wouldn't have mattered either way. Matt Fitzpatrick was in the optimal lineup. Fitzpatrick was in your optimal lineup. He finished 5th. He was up here, and I told you wanted to play 1, no more than 2. It's going to be the same way this week, by the way. 1, no more than 2. On the flip side of that, one of the other things I've been noticing is when you scroll down to the bottom of the sheet, you normally see someone inside or in the optimal lineup also. You didn't. I said one of these guys, select 1, but no more than 1. Doug Gim was in the Millie Maker winning lineup. He was dead last, or tied dead last with Minwoo. He was in the Millie Maker lineup. Siwoo Kim was in the SweetSpot Optimal. I don't have that highlighted here. I should have, but he was in the SweetSpot Optimal. He finished 6th. So maybe I need to select like the last 8 or 7 golfers or whatever. I don't know. And then in between, I don't know what to do with this. I think you just select 0 to 1. I firmly believe 1 to 2 up here, 0 to 1 down here, and in the middle, 0 to 1. You don't want to play more than 3 7K golfers at any given time. That's why I have a 1 to 2 policy up here and then 0 to 1s for the other ones. There you go. Brian Harman. I don't know why it works that way. It just does. I think I'm going to continue doing that this week. Now, a lot of that is happenstance. I firmly believe the 1 to 2, I will always stick to this up here. The only reason I mention these other the other observations are just that. They're observations I've been seeing every single week, that it just happens to be some of the worst bucket performers, you know, based off of their buckets and looking at historical buckets. These are the golfers with the worst combinations. There just ends up being one that finishes inside the top 10 or the optimal lineup. But up here, there's like 1 to 2. And then in the middle, you know, if it's a big range like this one, I think this one had 40 golfers in it. I'm like, well, there has to be one from in the middle. I really liked Corey Connors. He was my choice. But there was obviously Brian Harman, who was in the optimal as well as the GPP winning lineup. So, like, if I go back weeks and weeks and weeks, you're going to see the same thing over and over again. So, for this week, I bring up the Valspar bucket combinations. And I'll show you the golfers that are at the top of the list, as well as the middle and the bottom. So these are the golfers that I'm going to tell you right now. You want to select at least one, no more than 2. And we already went over Taylor Montgomery. Didn't really talk much about Davis Thompson or Brendan Todd. Kind of like Billy Horschel. But there's Thomas Dietrich. If you ever need to get back on Thomas Dietrich, he's right there. You have Bud Cauley as well as Alex Bjork. I don't know if this is the right amount of golfers to select, but normally we have around 7 to 9, and this is 8. So I'm going to leave it at 8 here. If I get more golfers into that mix, it just, you know, it's like, what's the point? I want to narrow this gap, or the amount of golfers here, so we can really pinpoint the optimal lineup golfers. I'm really liking Billy Horschel. Now, here's what I'll say about the top of this list, the golfers that are highlighted in red. You see all of these little red course history things? This is bad course history. This is like the worst course history you could have. If I select one of these guys and I want to play 2 of these guys up here, I will not be playing, like, if I pick Horschel, I'm not going to play Brendan Todd with them, or Chesson, or Bud Cauley. It will be these guys right here. Yeah, Alex Bjork. It'll be those golfers right there. So, and quite frankly, also another like difference maker to me are these stats over here. Here's a bugaboo right here. The 62. I will never play that. 62, no thanks. Thomas Dietrich. This is like the worst range, whether it's the last year bucket or the last week bucket. If they're in that 60 to 80 range, I'm just going to stay away. And seeing Seamus Power here too kind of breaks my heart, because I really like Seamus Power this week. It's just my 2 cents. Every time I see golfers in those buckets, not super great. So like I'm eyeing up Taylor Montgomery, believe it or not. If I'm playing 2 guys, I think T-Mont, I think these are the combinations that I would be doing. It'd be T-Mont and basically anybody else, because he doesn't really fit, you know, he doesn't really combine with the same as the other guys. So it's T-Mont with anyone else, but really I like T-Mont and Billy Horschel. Those are my 2 guys I really like. I'm not going to discount Bud Cauley. So like either like Taylor Montgomery and Bud Cauley work for me as well. So too does Taylor Montgomery and Chesson Hadley, just because they're different. You know, miscut, top 20. I like that. I want to diversify my lineups that way. What I won't be doing is playing Billy Horschel with Brendan Todd. That's the same bucket combinations. I don't want to do that. I also don't want to play like Billy Horschel and Chesson Hadley. Despite them having different last year finishes, everything else is the same. And again, I don't want to pair these course history guys up together. So really, if I'm doing Billy Horschel, the only golfers I'm going to pair him up with are going to be Davis, Thompson, Taylor Montgomery, Dietrich, or Alex Bjork. And that's just of these top guys. Remember, it's 0 to 2, or actually say 1 to 2 golfers from up here. And then in between, it's 0 to 1. And down here, it's 0 to 1. If you needed a reason to play Riley Davis, Jesus, I already said his name wrong. Davis Riley, here it is. At the bottom of my list, I mean, he's tied with these 4 guys right here. Jimmy Stanger, he's a favorite of everybody's. Ask Byron. Back 9 bets. Ask him. He loves Jimmy Stanger this week. Here's a good reason to play him. Really, super good reason to play him. Or Akshay Bhatia. That'd be another one. But here's what I would say too. If you play Akshay Bhatia, don't pair him up with Chesson Hadley, because they have the same last year and last week finishes. The 85-85. I wouldn't do that. I don't mind going to Davis Riley. Top 20 and a missed cut last week to go with a missed cut. I don't mind that if those are the combinations you want. I'm also really looking at Adam Schenk. I like Adam Schenk this week. I also really like Sam Ryder. But here's the thing, 0 to 1 of these golfers. It could be 0 to 2. Really, it's just dependent on what you want to do. But then I also would say no more than 1 to 3 of these golfers. Why? If I go to the summary and I go down to the 7K golfers, that's not 7K. This is 7K right here. Projection says 1 to 3. Not even close. And that includes 37 golfers. So again, I'm doing my 7K range differently than anyone else. I'm doing it differently than DraftKings salaries are. Again, I think what I'm going to rename this is just salary tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6. I already have the buckets set up that way. I'll just tell you what those salary ranges are when we get there. But this is kind of how I'm looking at it. And yeah, no more than 3. At least 1. And I tell you right now, like I already said, the one comes from up here. You want at least 1 of these guys up here. So that would be it. That's it for strategies. Honestly, when it comes down to it, those are the only things that I kind of really look at when building lineups. So let's get to building some lineups. How are we all feeling about that, by the way? Are we a believer in the 7K combo buckets? Do we just think it's fluff? It's still very much trial and error with me. I have noticed that they've been successful every single week, so I'm not ignoring them. But you know, I could hear critics saying, well, you know, it's just pattern analysis, which is what all data analysis is pattern analysis. And really, you know, probably being in those buckets don't really matter. That's what I imagine. What I would get for criticism. Anyways, we can start building some lineups. I need to figure out. Let me scroll all the way back up to the top. Actually, I do have some guys to add, right? I just saw you guys come in. Here's what I'll say. Just a reminder, there's a 10-second delay between you and I. Between you as the listener and me as the broadcaster. There's a 10-second delay. If I ask you a question, 10 seconds will always go by before you actually hear the question. And before you can send it to me. So be cognizant of that. Also, if you're not live, if you're not caught up, well, one, whether you're on mobile or desktop, there should be a live like button, you know, like the little bar that you can move backwards and forwards to see into the past and come up to the present. There should be the word live with a little dot next to it. If live is not red and that dot isn't red, you are not caught up with me. So make sure you click that live so it brings you all the way to current day. So if I'm asking questions, you're not trying to answer them 2 minutes in the past. Because I've seen that come across the chat before, where someone will have answered a question that I have asked like 2, 5, 10 minutes ago, and I'll be like, I don't know what you're answering that question to, or you're past the giveaway, you know, whatever it is. So just make sure you're live. That's all. Just make sure you're live. John Bizzle, nice to see you in the chat once again. X Burns, Shank, and Blair. Okay. Oh, the Z Runner. Perfect. Or the Zen Runner. Jeez. I think I have everybody else, right? Just want to double check. Yeah, yep. So I think it was just John and BG Little Neck. That's all I needed. Okay, cool. We're good. Let me see. I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top. Let me get the optimizer up so you guys aren't confused at where we're at. All right. So I know Ryan said you can ignore mine. So let me just scroll down. I want to just see the top end. How about this? I can do this right away. We can get this out of the way. Help me out. Rainmakers. My best 2 elite cards are Gim and Melnati. Let me know what the optimizer likes with them. Okay. You will have to let me know, Gabe, if you have some of these other cards. So Melnati's already in a anchor bucket. That kind of sucks. Is Gim in the same one? He is. We talk about bad luck, dude. Here, I'll just build you a couple lineups, but try again some other time. Oh, you know what? One other thing I can do. I'm gonna bump this up to 70,000. Because salaries don't matter, and I'll bump this down to 48,000. BG Little Neck, you like that music? I'll show you it. 4-hour synthwave, white bat audio. Pretty good. This playlist is 100% copyright safe. Oh, this guy's pretty good. I like him. All right, Gabe. I have the lineup here of Shoffley, Burns, Cole, Gim, Kuchar, Melnati. Is that too expensive for your taste? Let me know. What about Gim Hall? Eh. Byron, there's the guy has super good visual art on all of his videos. I'll show you my oh, you can't really see. I have a whole playlist. And he has really cool art for all of them. I'm gonna mute and just show you all of the. Of course, there's gonna be. Oh, come on. Well, it's muted, so you guys can't see it. But he's got like cool art with all of it, so when you're watching it, it's kind of. I mean, it's synthwave. That's what you'd get if you're like watching Dr. Disrespect or whatever. Same stuff. Yeah, all of them are good. I just I will listen to new ones. The one I'm listening to right now, you can't add to a playlist. That's why I have it as it is. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Here's a Dr. Disrespect. I'm pretty sure Shot Like Harden knows what this one would remind him of. Alrighty. Let me bring this back up and bring this up, and we get back to building lineups. Yes, it is. That is on YouTube. I do not have YouTube Premium. I like to do think the cheapest way possible, if I can get away with doing it for free, I'm going to do it for free. I don't need YouTube Premium. Unlike what James would say, I'm not a poor either, but I don't want to spend money on unnecessary things. And I'm not saying YouTube Premium is unnecessary. If you got the money to do it and you're cool with doing it, by all means do so. I certainly spend money on things I don't need to be spending money on. But there was actually a moment in time where YouTube was giving me some kind of like special privilege where I didn't have, I was not spending money. I was not doing any trial things or whatever. I got to skip all commercials. I didn't even have to watch one commercial at all. It was awesome. I do as well, but like I listen to you, you don't put ads in the front of your videos. I imagine it's because you haven't hit the threshold for YouTube to do so, but even on Rotoballer, I don't listen to your guys' ads. Yeah. It is annoying at times, but you watch 5 seconds of it and you just skip ad. Anyways, John, why is the salary up to 7K? So what I'm doing is I'm building Gabe, which I didn't know if he answered my question. It says, what about Gim Hall? I just wanted to see if this was too expensive for his taste. I did this because this is a Rainmakers lineup. He wants me to build a Rainmakers lineup for him. Gim and Harry Hall? No ads during live shows. That's right. What I have in the past, or what I have planned in the future, is I'm gonna create my own ads. They're gonna be goofy ones. There's these funny little clips. Like if I were to say, I'll type it out. So like, can you guys even see this? So I'm thinking of doing these funny little things. I heard this like in the Twin Cities, like if you were to do like cock cider, like there are fun ways you can play with that, especially if it was like alcoholic cider, so it'd be hard cock cider. You know what I'm saying? So I know that's like maybe degenerate humor, but there are some streamers I like watching, and I won't watch. You've lost me already. It would just be to break up the monotony. So it's not me just going, you know, through. It would just be like, I would just disappear, right? I would just disappear, and you would see like the ad show up. Like it would just be it would be a transition. The transition, like here, I'll do this transition. So that transition, and it would just be me going, hey, have you ever had hard cock cider? Here, have a, you know, whatever. And it would just be a goofy way, and then just come back. I've also thought about making fun of all the nerds that do all this. Dixon cider, that's what it was, not cock cider. Dixon cider, that's right. That's right. There's Anna. I was in the car with her while we were listening to it. So there's like funny things that I plan to do in the future, just to break up the monotony of this. I also want to put myself in a lab coat and just put like big old bifocals on and be like, yeah, so you see, what you want to do with all of the stats is you want to look at all of these strokes gain metrics, and because it's life, you want to look at, you know, and just like do all of the nerdy things that you hear all the data nerds talk about as like the most important stuff. And so like I would do that. I think during Halloween this next year, I'm going to dress as the Macho Man, and I am going to do a whole stream as the Macho Man. I'm going to try to, for sure. Oh yeah, could go for a refreshing hard Dixon cider. Yeah, gotta practice it, but you know what I'm saying. Anyways, Gabe, here you go, sir. Shoffley, Burns, Finau, Cole, Gim, and Harry Hall. Yeah. Yeah, Anna wants her hard Dixon cider fast and furious. She wants it as quick as she can get it. Sorry. I'll add it to the merch list. That's right. That's right. Anna's gonna be my merchandiser. I forgot about that. Where are we with all of that? By the way, we have gone off the rails. That's what's great about live videos, and that's what's great about building lineups. For those that are here just for the lineup building, I am so sorry. You know what? I do have to be respectful of that. I can obviously jump people on the list, so if you want me to build lineups for you, if you have a time crunch and you need lineups built, let me know and I will do that. I will be respectful for you guys. All right. Gabe, if you're still around towards the end and you would still like lineups built, I will do that for you. There was a part of me that wanted to dress up as Dr. Disrespect for one of these and also add or send in a video of me doing Doctoberfest. So maybe I can get some merch that way. That'd be awesome. You are terrible. Yeah, I know. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to do. If you are on a time crunch and you need lineups built now, for those that have left lineups in the chat, let me know, and I will build your lineups first. I think this is the first one that I see. Oh, I think you just doing eyeballs. Was that to talk about me liking X and JT lineups, or do you want me to build X and JT lineups? Mr. Awaken Up, are you still in the chat? Actually, I'm gonna do that, but I see Daniel Bold had this one above his. Scotty Matsuyama. Oh, never mind. That's not that you were talking about the previous rounds. All right. Yeah, this is what happens when you go off the rails. We forget where we are. We will build X and JT lineups, by the way, no matter what. That's my most interesting thing to do, or most interesting lineup builds. Okay. I am skipping past all of them. I don't want to spend too much time. I have asked you guys to put lineups in the chat for the roll call. Don't do it right now. You already did. And I'm going to go to those. I think the one that I have linked to the top is going to be the first one. And then I'm going to go down to the roll call one where Mr. D'Lo would be on deck. He was the first one to put a lineup in there. Daniel Boyd says, don't worry about me. Okay. Could timestamp their lineups. You know what you guys could do? Honestly, if you are having your lineups built, if you leave a timestamp in the chat, I read the chat afterwards to add all of the giveaways for the week. If you want to do that, or even, I don't think you can leave comments on this video just yet, but you could timestamp them yourself, and makes life easier that way. But I have thought about doing that. I just build so many lineups that it's difficult to get there. Bizzle, I will definitely do that. I'll be here for a while. Cool, man. Yeah, so I imagine this community is cool with people who are on a time crunch that want their lineups built sooner rather than later. So I will do that for you guys. I don't think any of us really have an issue with that. But if you, yeah, all you got to do is just tell me you're on a time crunch and we'll go from there. Let's go ahead and do this Brian Harman, Nick Taylor lineups. This was before looking at Marquee Tee Times, and he was just spot on. So I'm gonna copy these exposures over to a different tab and then do 100 for all of them. Now, just to let you guys know, I stick to my exposures. So if you ask for the optimizer, the exposures that I have in here, I keep for myself, because I also tweak. I don't, there are some golfers I just don't want high exposures to, but I change this to 100% so we can just build lineups uninterrupted. Byron, do you have a time crunch? I can build your lineups. I got no issue. For Lombardi's a subscriber, so we're building him 5 lineups. If you're a member, I'll build you 10, and if you're neither, I'll build you 3. So Lombardi's first one is Burns, Harman, Taylor, Glover, Dietrich, Springer. So Bizzle, there's a Springer lineup right there, so he's gonna probably show up a bunch on my lineups, which is interesting. Must be a really good value, low price guy. If I see some of the same guys, I will cut some out and add some other ones, but this is a totally different one. Harman, Nick Taylor, Eric Cole, Aaron Rye, Adam Schenk, and Taylor Pendrith. That's actually a really good lineup. I think I'm going to save that one. I like that one. Okay, so this would be lineup 3. We probably, if I see the same 5, I'm probably going to cut someone out. And we don't. This one has JT, Brian Harman, Nick Taylor, Lucas Glover, Thomas Dietrich, and Ben Silverman. So there's the Silverman love that you guys have showing up in this lineup. That's also a pretty decent one as well. I don't mind Dietrich. I think Dietrich will probably show up a lot, honestly. And another new one. Harman, Taylor, Cole, Rye, Schenk, JJ Spawn. Actually, I think these 5 we already saw, right? Yeah. Rye and Schenk to go with those guys. Okay, so I'm going to kick out Aaron Rye. Am I able to rank the save lineups? I could rank them by the metric, like the total that comes with, because I record that. Byron, I suppose you always have a time crunch, don't you? I can rank my saved lineups afterwards. Usually I highlight the ones that I like the ones I really, really like. Here's another new one. Harman, Nick Taylor, Christian Bezuidenhout, Patrick Rogers, Glover, and Dietrich. I don't mind that one at all. Those were 5 lineups built for Lombardi Lee. I'm going to go to the next one, which is Mr. D'Lo, who's also a subscriber. So we'll get him 5 lineups built as well. I might not save 5 lineups, but I certainly will build them. First one is Xander, Minwoo, Keegs, Brennan Todd, Lucas Glover, Matt Kuchar. God, old man. This is like your most boring white man group you could possibly put together. Keegan Bradley, Brennan Todd, Lucas Glover, and Matt Kuchar. Okay, well, there's lineup 1. Xander, Minwoo, Eric Cole, Lucas Glover, Dietrich, and Svensson. Svensson kind of scares me this week. He looks so bad the last couple weeks that I just don't know what to do with him. How about this? Let's kick out Dietrich. That's a lot of Dietrich. I don't want to see that much of him. And we'll build another one. You are welcome, Lombardi. We have Xander, Minwoo, Eric Cole, Todd, Glover, Wallace. So we're seeing the same guys once again. Let's kick out Glover. I don't trust that guy. He's back to just being bad, like really bad. Okay, here's an interesting one. We get 2 10K golfers with Minwoo, so I kind of like that. Xander, Jordan Spieth, Minwoo Lee, Brendan Todd, Pendrith, and Ryan Palmer. It's a lot of Pendrith that's showing up so far. Kind of like this one, so we're going to save it. I don't know how many Pendriths I've already saved. Does it need to zoom out? One Pendrith. Okay, that's it. That's cool. Build another one, see what shows up. Another new one. That's good. So Shoffley, Young, Minwoo, Eric Cole, Justin Suh, and Charlie Hoffman. Justin Suh also scares me. So too does Charlie Hoffman. I don't know what's wrong with Suh. He just can't seem to do anything right. And Hoffman's back scares me. So this is another interesting one. Xander, Finau, Minwoo, Cole, Kim, and Hoffman. I'll build one more without Hoffman. I don't like seeing the same guys just continue to show up. Especially ones that I don't really necessarily trust. Philip was wanting X and Harmon. I can build you some X and Harmon lineups. If you left 2 golfers for me to build lineups around during the roll call, I will be getting to them. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, this also applies to J.K. Lawrence's Minwoo, Lee, and Xander. Cool. So we kind of okay. I'll build. We can build a couple more, because I don't want to see some of these guys show up so much. Okay, I like this one, Victor Perez, but Brendan Todd. I don't need that much Brendan Todd in my life. Might bring back Perez, and if Pendrith shows up one more time, I'll kick him out as well. Shoffley, Finau, Minwoo, Eric Cole, Gary Woodland, Carl Yuan. So this is very top heavy. This is what I'm really interested in building when salaries are as soft as they are. I like a build like this. Shoffley, Finau, Minwoo, Cole, Woodland, and Yuan. I'm not afraid of Yuan. Probably won't play him like in a ton of lineups together, but I kind of like it. A lot of Cole. Okay, let me kick out Cole too. If Cole shows up more, then we'll kick him out. Okay, let's just do that right now. Let's kick out Cole, and then let's kick out Pendrith. That's too much Pendrith. Too much Pendrith. And then we get a new one. Shoffley, Finau, Minwoo, Shank, Hadley, KH Lee. And Hadley was one of those 7K golfers. I know he says 6,700, but the way that I did salaries, I'm counting him as a 7K golfer. He was at the top of the list. He's one of those guys who was like, yeah, I kind of want to play him. And I think Shank was in the middle. Or was he also at the top? Did we have Shank up at the top as well? Oh no, he's at the bottom. Perfect. Shank and Hadley. There you go. There's your GPP winning lineup. Shoffley, Finau, Minwoo, Shank, Hadley, KH Lee. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to highlight it red. And just know that this was a pretty decent lineup. Okay, so that's going to cover Mr. Delo's and J.K. Lawrence's. Thank you. Oh, I should probably kick out the same guys that keep showing up. Dietrich, that's too much Dietrich, and I don't want to see Kuchar. And probably I don't want to see Glover. If you guys want Glover in your lineups, just let me know. I'm just gonna kick him out just for now. Joanne, are you still here? Let's do some Burns and Harmon lineups. Which I like this week as well. And so too does Shot Like Harden. So this is actually going to cover your guys's. Perfect. Burns and Harmon. So this is for both Joanne as well as Shot Like Harden. I need to blow my nose though, so give me a second. All right, so the first one is Burns, Harmon, Cole, Shank, Pendrith, Svensson. Pendrith, yes, of course. Pick him out. And I'll be building 10 lineups since Shot Like Harden also has these. So Joanne, we can thank Shot Like for the 10 lineups. Burns, Harmon, Cole, Putnam, Shank, Palmer. I actually don't mind that one at all. Do we want less Cole? Again, Eric Cole is a good value for his price tag. We can kick that out though. Putnam, Shank, and Palmer. I don't mind that. Miss Elizabeth, oh yeah. Zen Runner, you might be behind. And you aren't going to hear this for a couple minutes, I'm guessing. Because see what I'm saying? That's the Randy Macho Man reference I made a few weeks ago, or a few minutes ago. A few minutes ago. You meant Xander Young. Okay. Yeah, no, I can do Xander Young a little bit later. Oh, I missed some of your messages. Do you recommend choosing the higher salary golfers and letting Optimizer fill in lower salary, or vice versa? It really depends. So I think when I won $1,800 during the Genesis, I'm pretty sure I locked in Matsuyama in the 7K range. Or maybe not. How did I do that? I wonder if I locked in Scotty. No. That was a Cantlay Xander lineup for the Genesis. So I think I built lineups with both Cantlay and Xander. Those were the people I locked. So it was definitely that. And then the 7K golfers that I, for the 7K combos, I made sure I had the amount of golfers I told you picked. That's what I ended up doing. And honestly, for this week, I might do the same thing. I might change my AM PMs to just be all PM. And then for those 7K combo buckets that I want to select golfers from, I might just add those as my AM golfers and just make sure it selects 1 to 2 of them and go from there. That, or I might just anchor around the favorite 7K combos. Maybe that's what I'll do this week, honestly. I might do that. I might look at this sheet and just pick out my combos. So whether it's like, you know, I want Billy Ho to go with Taylor Montgomery and Sam Ryder. I might build, you know, 5 lineups with those 3 guys. And then I might change Billy Ho to, say, Chesson Hadley and do Taylor Montgomery, Hadley, and Sam Ryder. And maybe I'll switch that out to Neesmith. Maybe I'll switch it out to Davis Riley. But I think I'm kind of set when I'm going to build lineups. I think I want a lot of Horschel in my life. I will look at it a little bit longer and try to really figure out who the golfers are that I want. Brendan Todd is showing a lot. He's showing up a lot in these built lineups so far. I have no issue going to Brendan Todd. My optimizer sometimes knows things that I don't know. And I don't want to play Brendan Todd this week. It's probably a good sign that you should play Brendan Todd this week. So yeah, I'll be playing some Brendan Todd. These guys here with no course history, that doesn't scare me. There's Dietrich again. So Dietrich is showing up a ton as well, and I don't want to play Dietrich. So that could also be a sign that Dietrich's the play this week. Not saying life works against me all the time, but it's one of those rare things. Like, we all have a bias when we're building these lineups, and my bias is like EU to Thomas Dietrich and EU to Brendan Todd, when we shouldn't be having those biases when it comes to building lineups. So it's a good reminder that, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I wish I could build my optimizer to say select 1 or 2 of these guys, 0 to 1 of these guys, and then 0 to 1 in the middle. Like, I wish I could build it that way. I've ran out of conditionals that I can put into my optimizer, so I just can't do it. A good reminder, we are at 19 likes. If we can get to 25 likes by the end of this video, I will give out 5 memberships. And again, memberships are just all the people that have the badges next to their name. They're all members of the channel. They all get access to the promo, or to the emojis. And yeah, it's just fun. Fun coming in here with badges on and seeing, you know, you get to be with the rest of the peoples. and then use the emojis that come with it. I probably have the opportunity to build one more. Maybe I should. And maybe I will. Okay. So that kind of was a long way to answer that question. Here's the next lineup. Burns, Harmon, Cole, Bradley, Spawn, Suh. I already saw Joanne say no Cole, so we will kick Cole out. Shalik Harden goes, I have the most bias. Yeah, we all do. We all have a ton of bias. Like, Brendan Todd just shows up right there. Ew, right? I don't want Brendan Todd in my lineup, but maybe it's a good time to put him in your lineup. This lineup looks gross to some extent. You got Yuan to go with Putnam. Bradley's okay. I don't mind Bradley. The next one I don't mind. Like, I like JJ Spawn way more than I like Charlie Hoffman. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to kick out Spawn and we're going to add Hoffman. Or we're going to kick out Hoffman and bring back Spawn to be selected maybe with someone else. We're going to call that lineup 4. I have no idea if that's lineup 4 or not. Here's lineup 5. Callum Tarrin, that's an interesting selection. Burns, Harmon, Bradley, Hadwin, Todd, Tarrin. Both Joanne and Shalik Harden. How are we feeling about Bradley? And how are we feeling about Todd? Because those two guys are showing up a lot. We can kick them out if you want. I'm going to build one more. I'm waiting for you guys to respond. But look at that. It's keeping Todd and Bradley yet again. And I actually like this lineup a lot. 1098, 766, but that's really 776. Let's save that one. Burns, Harmon, Bradley, Todd, Griffin, Spawn. I like it. Burns, Harmon, Bradley, Todd, Batia, Michael Kim. It's not terrible, but again, it has Bradley and Todd. So Joanne and Shalik Harden, do we want these guys or no? I got a second here 2 or 3 years ago with Burns Keegan, and they were the same price back then, which you know I hate. Which I know you hate. Yeah. That's right. I do hate that. So you like Bradley. Okay. We'll continue. I think that's lineup 6 or 7. We'll call it 6. Burns, Harmon, Bradley, Todd, Griffin, Garnett. Yeah, I don't know about Garnett, but we'll see if Joanne is, I think Joanne sometimes flips between 2 different podcasts, I think. Okay. I'm going to build one more with Todd and Bradley, and then I'm going to probably kick him out. Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. Neesmith is in there, so he was at the bottom of the 7K range. Where was Griffin? In the middle? And Todd was up top. This is like a perfect lineup. Yeah, Ben Griffin's right here. Brendan Todd's right there. And Neesmith is right there. There you go. Another GPP winner. Maybe we just get lucky with some of these. We don't even have to put in the conditionals to say, hey, select this or not. Keep Bradley. All right, we'll keep Bradley and maybe kick out Todd. Oh boy, we bring in Kashmir Keith, Burns, Harmon, Mitchell, Bradley, SH Kim, Justin. Lauer, by the way, I don't think he's a slouch. I mean, what happened to Lauer last week? And I don't think we even have a single 7K golfer. Technically, yeah, 7K I think goes down to 6,400. So there's 0 7K golfers in this lineup. But I still like this lineup. $10:30 p.m. My lines are Spieth and Shank, but going to bed. You can run your combo buckets if you want. Need some monsters this week. Okay. Joanne liked that one. I did too. Burns, Harmon, Finau, Horschel, Shank, Streelman. Sign me the hell up. Like, Streelman's kind of weird. I don't know about Streelman. That's crazy. Streelman, 5,500. 80th in the model. Do we have good? Not bad POA or Bermuda, which I forgot to update my course fit stuff. God, I always do that. What for? I thought I did. I hope I didn't update the wrong one. I might have. I wonder if I updated the Players Championship one. I hope I didn't. That'd be so stupid. Nope. I don't know. I don't know where the heck that went. Doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Okay, whoa. There's more research to be done with Kevin Streelman. He missed the cut last week. I have no idea what his score was, but he lost 8 strokes total over the 2 days he played. Putting was minus 5.67, so I don't really mind that. Losing that much on putting is terrible, but maybe he was playing from behind and was just trying to ram in a ton of putts and 3-putted a couple holes. I'm okay with that. Nothing else looks good, though. Nothing else looks good. His recent form average is not great. His DK points are not good. His approach stats are not good. Off the tee is positive, though. Oh, boy. He's just been a bad putter. That's crazy. Like, for the whole year, this whole last year, just a bad putter. You know what? Whatever. I think we just kind of have to. Or not so much have to, but why not, right? We can't get like super cute with these, but I kind of like it. I like the fact that Horschel showed up. That was great. Dylan Wu, 0.2% owned, 5,100 is why I took the 20. Oh, you won 20K? I thought you did the 20K $5. Like the alt so the drive the green, what it was like, was it 50,000 for first, or was it 100,000 for first? I suppose if you won 20K, that means 100 first went, or 100K went to first, 50 went to second, and 20 went to third, I imagine. Are you for real? I mean, I know you sent me an email. I guess I'll take a look. Holy shit, you did take 20K home. That's awesome, dude. I gotta always remember. I think you've shown me other screenshots. I just don't remember what your handle is. I'll have to remember that. That's awesome, dude. Dude. I literally thought it was like you were in the 20K drive the green, not the 100K drive the green, or 350K, I think is what it was technically. Where 100K went to first. That's so cool, dude. Congrats, man. 20,000 bucks. How many lineups did you put in there? God, that's so cool, dude. Craig Bates, if you're still listening, I just read your email. I'll figure it out. Like I got no issue looking into. I mean, I'm already gonna look into it. The fact that I didn't get an email that shows that, I will. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. Okay. Horschel, Shank, and Ramey. Okay, I don't mind Ramey. Honestly, I don't mind Ramey whatsoever. I don't really like Finau all that much, but that's not terrible. Harry Hall. All right, one more for the good guys, and then we're gonna move on. Oh, okay. Finau, Shank, Power, and McIntyre. Where does Power and McIntyre land on that list? Are they just right in the middle? Power's right here. Where is Bobby Mack? Was he actually? No, he was 6,300, so he wouldn't be in the 7K range. So we got one 7K. Oh, and Shank would be at the bottom, so no one up at the top. How about this? I'm gonna run one more. I don't want to see Finau in it. I just don't want to see Finau in it. Oh my god, dude, that would have been amazing. What a sweat, by the way. Like when I won 1,800 bucks, I was so happy. I was hanging out with Anna in a bar and I was telling her all about it. I needed certain things to happen. I needed Cantlay to birdie. I needed Cantlay or Xander to birdie on the last hole. And Cantlay hit such a crappy approach shot. I told Anna, I'm like, well, that's impossible for him to make a putt from there. And then Xander puts his to like 5 feet. And I said, you know what? This is likely gonna... That looks like such an easy putt. I bet you anything Xander misses it. And Cantlay goes and knocks his putt in. And my scoring wasn't updating before Xander hit his putt. And then Xander missed his putt like I thought he would. And I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm going to win this. And it was a winner take all for 1,500, I should say. And I was waiting for it to update and waiting for it to update. And then I go into it. I'm like, why isn't it updating? I imagine I'm going to lose my money. I go in there, and the fact that Cantlay had made his birdie, he knocked one of the other golfers from the other lineup that I was competing with out of a certain place. And everything, how it all sorted out, I ended up winning it by 6 points. Where if he didn't make that putt, I would have lost it by 3.5 points or something like that. So, dude, that was so much fun because I'm just sitting there like waiting for it to all happen, and it was cool. But I couldn't imagine, dude, winning 20,000. Were you ever in first, or did you just climb on the last day? Wyndham Clark lipped out, saved me 10K. Yeah. No, there were several reasons I was happy Wyndham Clark missed his putt. Like several reasons, because I also made back my money, most of my money. Not all of it, but most of it. And I put in a lot. So best sweat of my life. I'll do this for the sweats, by the way. I'm a degen. Yeah. Oh, I get paralyzed. If Anna was in the chat, she would tell you, because she was there with me when that sweat that I had going on. And I'm like, I gotta watch golf. We gotta watch golf. Okay, here's a different one. Cam Young gets in this one with Troy Merritt. Yeah. Oh, okay. I just want to see if I might lock in Horschel with this lineup. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna lock in Horschel. You're winning 30 bucks to start Sunday. Imagine that. See, I've always wondered, because the lineup I had, I was always in first place. Like, I was in first place Saturday, I was in first place Friday, or I was like top 3, top 5, and I just stayed. I just stayed at the top and then won it. Anna, he was, can confirm. Yeah, but it was fun, right, Anna? It was fun. Burns, Harmon, Young, Horschel, Dylan Wu, and Hayden Springer. There we go. We just have the one 7K guy at the top. That's fine. Dylan Wu and Springer to go with Young, Harmon. All right, there we go. Good vibes with Dylan Wu. All right, we're moving on. So we did Joanne's and Shot Like Harden's. AJ Love wants Xander Burns. Yes. Gabe wants Spieth and JT. We can do that too. I've led Drive the Green a few times going to Sundays and always tanked. Yeah. I almost feel like that's like the coup de grace is if you're leading it Saturday, you're most likely like you're barely you'll go to min cash by the time the tournament's over. There's always one guy that's your linchpin to success that will fail. I remember my very first time really playing DraftKings golf during the 2015 PGA Championship. I had Matt Jones in that lineup, and I think he dropped from 2nd to 8th, and he was my linchpin to win that because I had Jason Day in my lineup with a couple other guys. 2 guys really tanked it for me, but Matt Jones was the lowest owned guy out of the bunch, and had he had finished 2nd or better, I would have won the quarter arcade, and I'll always remember that. It's like, man, it sucks. Good luck, Joanne. Hopefully the lineups I built helped. Maybe you and Shot Like Harden take down something. Alrighty, so we're gonna do Xander Burns, and I love this because Xander Burns is probably my top combo to build lineups around. And you're gonna see, so I'm gonna build 5 lineups, or no, 10 lineups for AJ Love, and I might build a couple extras towards the end. Yeah, so first one we get Schauffele, Burns, Todd, Glover, Kuchar, and Spawn. I like Spawn. I don't like Kuchar, but if you needed a Kuchar lineup, there you go. Yes, Joanne. Let somebody in the community win again. That'd be awesome. We get Schauffele, Burns, Todd, Glover, Dietrich, JJ, Spawn. Dietrich. Okay, so Todd and Dietrich are up top. That sucks, man. I don't want. Where was Glover again in this whole thing? In the middle? Yeah, right in the middle. Dead smack in the middle. I don't care for Glover. I really don't care for Glover. And I guess I'm just going to keep Spawn out. Whatever. Zenrunner, Lauer cut +2 last week. He was +2. That's not bad. Is that suicide prevention? Byron goes, if you need a Kuchar lineup in this economy, I have a number for you to call. Or is it just a number straight to your bank account number? So whatever money they put on a Kuchar lineup just goes into your line or into your pocket. Charlie Harden says, I needed CT Pan on Sunday at Canadian Open last year. Rye passed him, then Taylor drained 72-footer to beat Tommy, who I needed to win. Yeah, I had some CT. I remember being on CT Pan during the Canadian Open. I remember that. Here's a great lineup. We get Montgomery. Okay, so shoot. Montgomery, Todd, and Pendrith. I'm going to consult this. So we have Todd up here. Ooh, actually, I like this with Montgomery. Perfect. What else do we have? Pendrith. I got to find out where Pendrith is. He's also at the top where we say nay, which he is not. Is he going to be in the middle somewhere? Yeah, he's right here. Okay, cool. This is good. This follows what I'm trying to do, minus grabbing someone from the bottom, but I like SH Kim this week. My bookie, aka my number. Yeah. I figured as much. That makes sense. Xander, Burns, Putnam, Dietrich, Pendrith, Woodland. Holy crap. That is something. Dietrich's up top, which we want, and Pendrith and Putnam I think are in the middle, which is what we don't really care for. Oh, like I said, Dietrich's up here, and then we want Putnam and Pendrith. Here's Pendrith. And Putnam is close to the bottom. So actually, I guess I don't mind it. Sure. And Woodland, sure. Got no issue with it. I think that's lineup 4. Here comes lineup 5. Another good one. I'm probably going to kick out Pendrith, though. I don't... Like, Pendrith is, like, right in the middle of that 7K combo bucket, and I just don't care for it, honestly. Ooh. As Byron would say, sign me the hell up. Todd is up at the top. Ryder's at the bottom. Dietry's also at the top. And Dietry and Todd, we've already determined are good combos to put together. Dietry and Brendan Todd. Yeah, Dietry at the 62nd. I did say that, didn't I? I don't really care for it. But then we have Sam Ryder down here, which, hey, maybe I'm wrong and this lineup works out. But what I'm telling you guys is, like, this Xander Burns combo is so good. I'm going to kick out Dietry. I hate that last week finish so much. That's 60 to 80. I know. Byron, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Okay. So that's two 10Ks and a 9K to go with Adam Shank, Kim, and Reeve. So this is, I think, lineup 6 or 7. I'm going to interject here, and I'm going to force in Horschel. I just want to see some Horschel lineups. Maybe we can't build them. But we can. And we can in a way I don't like. Having the same price tag, not going to kill me this week. It's fine. I've seen it enough times for this tournament, and obviously Shot Like Harden talks about it. What I don't want is Horschel and Todd are at the top of that 7K combo bucket, and I think they have like the exact same makeup. I think it's one of those things I said don't do. Yeah, so we're not going to do it. I am not going to be playing Horschel with Todd. So we try again. Shoffley, Burns, Horschel, Shank, love it already. Griffin, yep, and Bryce Garnett. Nah, I don't think so. I don't have a thing against Bryce Garnett. Svensson and Chan Kim. Okay, so that's interesting. We're leaving a lot of money on the table. That leads me to believe we don't have that many combinations we can build. And that might be because I've kicked out enough people. Okay, here we go. We get a $50,000 one here. Shank, Horschel, and Hadwin to go with Norman Zhang. Byron, Mr. Corn Ferry Tour Specialist. Are we on Norman Zhang this week? You know what? I kind of want to save it just because. I like this. See if the optimizer does something else for me. T-Dunks? I don't know, man. I don't think so. Interesting. Montgomery gets added with Horschel, and those two I can put together. I got no issue with that. And then there's Svensson and more. I don't think I can do Svensson, man. I don't think I can do Svensson. I can do this lineup all the way to the bank. This is my favorite one so far. Absolutely. Shoffley, Burns, Montgomery, Horschel, Griffin, Stevens. By far my favorite one so far. So, we're going to call that combo done for. We'll probably come back to it if I'm being quite honest. I love Xander Burns lineups together to go with those 7K combo buckets. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, so I believe we've got Gabe with Spieth and JT, which is also two 10K golfers together. That's going to be really interesting to build. Let's see what pans out. Byron, I actually have and to the rest of the chat, I have a really interesting idea of what I'm going to be doing for my website. I like to keep a lot of this stuff secretive because I think there are enough vultures out there that want to take ideas from people and use them for their own. But here's what I plan on doing. I've got this spreadsheet that tracks a lot of stuff. And it's difficult to see, I understand. But if I scroll in, you can see I keep track of strokes gained points or stats, round one, whatever, all that good stuff. And then I've got these DK top 10s. And I just mark who's been inside the top 10. But what I'm going to start doing is probably on the side over here, make a DK top 20, most likely. And probably keep it at that. I mean, I have optimal lineup stuff, so maybe I'll just put like something like this, DK optimal lineup. And I'm going to keep track of all these stats. And basically what we'll do, or what I'll do, is I will track the percentage, like the likelihood of a golfer finishing inside the DK top 10 or even DK top 20. And here's what I'm getting at with the Panda, with Norman Zhang. There are going to be golfers that come out of nowhere that will be inside the top 10. And certain events, like events that aren't as good as this one. Let's see, hold on, let's double check. I'm trying to find a golfer that fits that profile. Oh, you have to go up to. Can't even see. Now, a lot of these aren't really doing me justice, but basically what I'm trying to get at is there's going to be breakout golfers that haven't ever been inside the top 10 of DK points ever. And I want to track that and see which golfers that we want to be selecting, like this, right? David Skins. So if we were to look at David Skins prior to the Cognizant, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. Yeah, so the Cognizant, David Skins finishing inside the top 10. Where in the hell are you ever going to predict that or project that? You wouldn't. So I think there are some events that maybe you can figure out to have a bit more, let's call it openness. I'm going to stay away from the word volatility, but let's just say openness to random golfers finishing inside the top 10. And those would be events. And of course, depending on the field makeup and stuff like that, that you would hammer golfers to finish inside the top 10 that you would never consider being inside the top 10. Like this week, Norman Zhang. It's possible. I don't know. I haven't done the research on it. But I'm not someone who necessarily needs to see... I don't really need to see form to play a golfer. I think that's why a lot of people are really bad at GPPs. Maybe that's why some people are really good at why some people are really good, what am I trying to get at cash game lineups or limited field contests on DraftKings. If you're playing against 100 people, 150 people, 200 people or whatever, and you just go with the golfers that you've just seen recent form with, that's fine. Like, I think that's fine. But I think if you truly want to win a GPP, like Dylan Wu, Charlie Carden, why did you play Dylan Wu last week? How did you get on Dylan Wu last week? I think you wrote it in the chat. But yeah, how, like, just for Charlie Carden to talk about Dylan Wu wasn't, let me see what your, ownership was. Dylan Wu was owned in 0.27%. Finished 19th. That's not top 10, and I don't think that's DK top 10 points either. That's really the lowest owned guy. Everyone else was 12% or higher, or 11% or higher. So how did you get on Dylan Wu? Nah, I can't find your message. It's gonna take too long. But he can answer that question. Anyways, so what I'm gonna plan to do is I'm gonna look at top 10 breakout percentages. That's basically what I'm gonna create. That's what I'm gonna track. What is the breakout percentage, or as I'm gonna call it, BOP? What's the BOP percentage of a golfer to finish inside the top 10? And basically what I'll track is, have they been inside the top 10 before? What's the likelihood that someone new will finish inside the top 10 that hasn't finished inside the top 10 before? Or of those golfers that have finished inside top 10s, what is the likelihood they're going to finish inside the top 10? And it'll track all the events that they've played in. Maybe they finished inside the top 10 at a clip of 1 in every 20 events, 1 in every 25, 1 in every 30 events. So when it gets closer to that 30th, that 25th, that 20th event, that breakout percentage would be near 100%, right? So, you know, you might see a golfer like this week. Again, I don't have the stats in front of me. It's just my ideas of what I'm going to try to do. But perhaps this week, that golfer is Matthew Neesmith. You know, Matthew Neesmith hasn't been inside the top 10 in, say, 2 years. That could be 40 events, maybe 50 events. And maybe on average, a random golfer like Matthew Neesmith hits a top 10 1 in 40 tries. So that's what I would try to gauge, and that's what I try to figure out. And play golfers that have a high BOP percentage, a high breakout percentage. Just because you never know. You never know. I always play Dylan Wu a little bit, and lineup construction got me down there. I almost put in Grayson Murray. Thank God I didn't. What's my thoughts on Patrick Rodgers this week? I like Patrick Rodgers. Was he 8K? 8K flat? Yeah, I don't mind him. I got no issue with it. I am so sorry, Gabe. I think you're probably not here, but here is that first lineup. JT, Spieth, Finau, Glover, Dietrich, and Michael Kim. We already know how we feel about Dietrich. I'm kicking him out, but that was your first Dietrich and only Dietrich lineup. Spieth, Thomas, Minwoo Lee, Brennan Todd, Lucas Glover, Ryan Palmer. That's interesting. I don't mind it. Charlie Karn says Hoagie outscored Dylan Wu for the week, and he was 54th. Wu was 19th. Yeah, that's great. That's how it goes, especially at a golf course that has that much water. We're double bogey. If you think about it, a bogey is -5 point or minus 0.5 points in DraftKings, and a double bogey worse is -1. So, I mean, if you get an 8 or a 10 or a 12 on a hole, it's just -1 points. Plus whatever placement points you lose, but between 19th and, I mean, Hoagie gets nothing for placement points in 54th place. And I think Wu probably gets 6 points or something like that for finishing 19th. Well, if Hoagie gets 2 more birdies than Wu, they're tied. But it looks like he probably got a few more birdies, or maybe an eagle or so. Let's see here. Wow. 10-10-9-9. See, I thought we could do that, and here it is. Thomas Spieth, Finau, Minwoo, Justin Suh, Ches Reavie. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to save it for the hell of it. Like, I don't know if I really like that lineup. I'll be putting this in a contest. See, I can't tell you where I'm going to put it. That'd be against the TOS for DraftKings, but it will to make my money back. Let's put it that way. Whatever I'm putting in for the week. Hoagie had 3 eagles. There you go. That's the difference. And 1 more birdie, but then also probably had more double bogeys or worse, or just bogeys or worse. JT, Spieth, Straka, Todd, Glover, Lee Hodges. So this is a lineup I think is gross. I'm getting flashbacks of Ryan when we built that line or that lineup for him during the Sony Open. This is gross. I hate it. I do not like it at all. Where's Sepp Straka on that list of 7K golfers? I need him. Oh, there's 4 of them, so that's too many, right? Actually, one's considered an 8K golfer. Is that Straka? Okay, so Straka is considered 8K. All right, no, that's fine. So we have Todd, Glover, and Hodges that I need to look for. Todd, Glover, and Hodges. Yeah, we won't be doing Hodges. Let's put it that way. Hodges not going to be in my lineup. He had a quad and 2 doubles. Go figure. Lipsky. Okay. Todd and Glover. Hey, Todd's at the top of the list. I don't mind that. And Glover, that's fine. Thomas Spieth, Finau, Todd, Glover, Lipsky. Sure. So Lipsky to me would be like Dylan Wu last week. I got no issue with that. David Lipsky, by the way, might have the shortest, not shortest, but the most narrow shoulders I've ever seen on a person. Like, he is the opposite of the male figure that you want, the V body. He is like, he goes out that way, and he's a skinny dude. Just my 2 cents on the guy. He just looks like a little, like a little guy, little dude. We're gonna kick Glover out. Hey Eric, do you like Eric Cole this week? Yeah, I actually do. I imagine you want to be a bit more accurate, and I think this being another Florida event for Cole, why not? I haven't heard a lot of talk about Eric Cole, and he's obviously played here decently before. Montgomery, Pendrith, and Suh. There's Montgomery. Pendrith is in the middle. I don't care for Pendrith. Yeah, so those are your 2. Okay. Hey, this one works. This one works. I don't care that much for Justin Suh. Where did we save him? There was another lineup I had of his that I saved, right? Yeah, this one right here. So, yeah, no, I guess, you know what? I'll save this one. I like this one. You know what? I like this one just like the other ones. But I'm gonna paint this one red. Justin Suh's gonna get the boot though. Hey, how about this? Let's do roll call number 2. And we are 3 likes away from me giving out 5 memberships. So, if we get to 25 likes, I got 24 viewers in here. If we can get to 25 likes, I'm giving away 5 memberships. But let's do roll call number 2. All I need you to do is just say here. We'll make it simple, make it easy, make it quick. All you got to do is say here. This is just to get yourself into the giveaway, not only for the weekly giveaway, but also the monthly giveaway. Just say here. AJ Love, I imagine that's your way of saying here. Anna, you are still up watching this? Sheesh. Sheesh. We're 2 likes away now. 2 likes away before I give away 5 memberships. If you haven't liked the video yet, here's your chance. Bart Bogard, what's going on, man? Haven't seen you in the chat before. Nice to see you. Or maybe I have. Bogart seems... yeah, actually, I think I have. Bogard, that sounds familiar now that I say it out loud. This other lineup for Gabe was JT, Spieth, Finau, Todd Penrith, Zach Johnson. God, I don't want to play Zach Johnson. I just have a feeling like this is a course that he can play well at. Sure. Yeah, sure. Gross. I hate this lineup, by the way. I don't like Finau this week. I don't want to play Zach Johnson. I think this is a disgusting lineup. It's probably going to win all the money. I saw you subscribe last week. There we go. Yeah. Sometimes it just takes a little bit to register, and then it's like, oh, yep, never mind. We spoke too soon. Oh, we got to 26 likes. That's awesome. Let's do some giveaways. Let me figure out how to do this again. I have to visit my channel, look at my channel, and then give them away. View your channel. Actually, I go to my live video. It's muted. Perfect. Hit the little money sign. I think all of you guys can do this too, but you don't have to. I have 5 memberships left to give this month. So here we go. Giving memberships to viewers. The memberships you will gift will be publicly announced. Lucky recipients selected by YouTube get 1 month of access to perks from the white tier. There you go. Rich S, Dave Hafkin, William Hance, Brett W. Who are these people? I've never seen these people. Oh, YouTube. Okay. Well, hey, congrats to those 5 guys. These guys have to have been it says viewers, so it has to. So just to read that again, it was viewers get access. So maybe they're watching, maybe they're creeping. Who knows? I have no idea. Thank you for everyone who's liked the video. Again, I know there's people that are in this chat that have been with me for a very long time who come here. I don't choose these things. I don't choose these things. YouTube literally chooses it for me. Yeah. Oh, I know. Shalik Harden, Lombardi Lee somehow dodged it again. I know. See, that's one of those people that I was talking about. He's been here for a while. Anna's been here for a while. I want my money back. Okay, Anna. Hey, Anna, will you buy me flowers? You know what? I just got a message back from my prize picks guy. All right, Craig Bates, I got a message back. I'll let you know. I'm just a baby. Oh boy. I just clicked on green present and had to allow gifts. Oh, okay. So, okay. Good. Were you, Mr. Dilo, were you selected? This happened to Jim Lemoyne last week. He was selected, but because he didn't have gifts set to put set as on, he wasn't able to get it. Okay, everybody. That's probably what it is. Anna, if you, okay, so there should be that green dollar bill sign or a dollar bill sign. Click on that to allow yourself to allow gifts. So, okay. Well, shoot. You know, we kind of had a feeling that's what was the issue. I mean, Jim brought it to our attention last week. Yeah, so I unfortunately can only give out 10 gifted memberships for free a month. And I just hit my 10 because we also got 25 likes last stream. So it will cost me some monies to give them away. But you know what? Sure. I'll do that. I'll do one more. Let's see who gets it. It'll probably be just some random person. Oh no, I lost my chat. Where did it go? It's my chat and I want it back. I must have... Okay, I got it back. Here. I'm gonna gift one. I even get taxed by it? Okay. Let's see who it goes to. Some random person. Okay. Oh my god, that seems like a bot. Lexa Baker with a doll as... okay. Okay, YouTube. What the hell? Well, there's $5 I'm not getting back. All right. Well, hey, the longer you guys stay subscribed to the channel, the longer you guys come back, I get them next month. I'll get 10 free ones next month. Oh my goodness. She doesn't even go here. Anna gets that reference. She'll get that reference. She knows what movie that's from. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Okay. All right. Off the rails once again. The lineup on the screen's not worth talking about. I like this one, though. Thomas Spieth, Finau, Todd, Pendrith, and Ben Martin. Yeah, sign me up. I'm going to kick out Finau, though. I don't want to see him. Anna, I can't tell you. I have an NDA. I signed an NDA. I can't disclose that information. I'm sorry I never told you about her before, but it just... She's literally nobody. Literally nobody in the legal sense of the term nobody. Someone from Oh, yes. Yeah. That's actually Rose's real name, honestly. If Lexa speaks, I'll take it all back. Oh. Can someone at her? Can you at her in this message? Here, hold on. Maybe I can. I can't in that one. Maybe in this one. I can't. What the hell? So I click her ellipses and it says go to channel, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, and add as a moderator. So I could add you guys as moderators. I didn't even know that. I don't think I trust any one of yous to moderate my channel. Yeah, I don't need one right now. Why not just text her? What are you talking about? I don't have her number. This lineup I like a lot. JT, Spieth, Cole, Taylor Montgomery, Taylor Pendrith, and Gary Woodland. I don't... Why Pendrith again? It's like I have to keep going to Pendrith. Sure, I guess, right? Sure. Is that another Pendrith? Gary, so there's one Gary Woodland lineup, another one. Taylor Pendrith and or Taylor Montgomery. Okay, well, whatever. All right, let's move on. There are other people in the chat that want lineups built for them, so let's do that. We have some Lombardi Lee lineups. Hold on. I'm sorry. Burns Harmon. Did we just do Burns Harmon before? I think we did, right? That's right, we did. Okay, yes. We are then on Lombardi Lees. Jordan Spieth and Taylor Montgomery. Well, we just built a bunch of Jordan Spieth, Taylor Montgomery lineups, so we'll build 5. That's fine. Maniac moderator sounds fun. If I get to a point where I can't handle chat, I will definitely get a moderator for sure. But as it is now, I don't think we need to. Mr. Dilo, where are you at? Just another whore. Springer, Stanger, Shank. Burns, Cole, Ryder. Yeah, you got it, guys. Shoffley, Spieth, Montgomery, Todd, Glover, Kim. Yeah, Glover. I don't want Glover. Rory looks nice. Rory always looks nice. You got it, Bizzle. John, let's see here. So I've got one. Here, I'll tell you where you... Well, hold on. Josh Maz, are you still in the chat? I see Byron's in the chat. Dennis Ames, are you still in the chat? I can go past Ryan's for now. I see a couple from Lombardi, so we'll probably skip one of those. Okay, so currently what I have on deck is I've got Josh Maz, then I've got Byron, Dennis Ames if he's still in the chat. I will still do that lineup regardless if he isn't or if he is or isn't, but I can bump you up, Bizzle. So I've got those two. So yeah, wait, Maz, 3. Maz, Byron, Dennis, and then BG Little Neck, and then you. So 5. I like the Spieth T-Mont duo. Okay. Kuchar and Palmer don't really care there. Any Cam Young burn starts? No, but someone did mention Young and somebody. I can't remember who, but we will get there. Oh, I don't want to waste Matt Kuchar lineups. The guy is a bum. Like, there's something wrong with his game. Just recently. Not recently. I think he's just old, honestly. He's getting to the point. He's become geriatric, and we don't want geriatric golfers on our team. At the Players, I think it was the Players, maybe it was the Arnold Palmer. He misses the cut, but he eagles. He chips in for eagle. And this is the thing I absolutely I can't stand with Kuchar. He raises his hand to take applause before the ball even goes in the hole. Like, you know how the Cooch, Before that, even he'll like hit a shot, and then he'll start waving before the ball even goes in the hole. I mean, I guess you get to that level of cockiness and you're that good, sure, but guy just feeds off of the crowd, and he just doesn't hit enough good shots to even be remotely good. So I know. Oh my god, can't stand Kuchar. Spieth will be lowest owned of the top guys, 15% right now. Okay, Josh is still here. Okay, Josh, sounds good. Your lineups are next, sir. Xander, Spieth, Cole, Montgomery, Thomas Dietrich. Oh yeah, we're not doing Dietrich either. I like building these lineups like from scratch just so we can see these names once again. If you like them, then obviously you can put those together. If not, no big deal. I'm giving you my 2 cents. This one seems good. Woodland and SH Kim. I can do that. I got no issue with that. Shoffley, Spieth, Hadwin, Montgomery, Todd, and Carl Yuan. That's okay. I don't mind that one either. Montgomery and Todd can be put together. We got those are good lineups. Finau, KH Lee, Reavie, probably not. And I'm going to kick out Finau, and I'm going to build 2 more for you, Lombardi, and then we're moving on. Ooh, we get a Sungjae Im lineup. I like that. Chad Ramey, maybe not so much, but that's a good one. Spieth and Finau loaned. Oh, for sure. Yeah. One more. We don't want to do a Troy Merritt lineup. Although I don't mind Troy Merritt this week. This is more what I had in mind. Shoffley, Spieth, Hadwin, Montgomery, Pendrith, and Woodland. Yeah, I can do that one. That one's a pretty decent one. All right, Lombardi, those were your lineups. You know what? I'm gonna put some notes next to these guys' names for myself, because I do not want to keep seeing this bum. Actually, he's so much higher than everyone around him. He's just going to continue to show up. So it's minus 200. Him is going to be, he's going to be minus 200. Do we like Svensson? I'm going to minus him 100. If you guys tell me you like Svensson, I'll change it, but I don't really care for Svensson this week. Dietrich, we already know. We don't really want to play. I mean, I guess if he continues to get picked, despite... That's fine. Glover, sure. I'll continue to see lineups with Glover in it. That's fine. Whatever. All right, Mr. Maz, Fox and Young, because I like, or because he's going to continue playing him. He's not going to quit him. Okay. I put a win bet on Finau. If I was betting, that's probably what I would do too. I don't want to play. I don't want to play Finau. I'd bet him to win a tournament, but I do not want to play Finau. Thank you everyone for getting me to 30 likes. Appreciate that. Okay. Craig Bates, if you're still in the channel, I will email you still, but I got a response back saying my code is still active. So you will, I will, here, hold on. Okay, cool. All right, so the code is still active. We love hearing that. This is the funny thing. This is the first deposit with the code since October of 2021. That's cool. So, hey, Craig, I appreciate it. You will be getting $20 from me. I'm waiting for the email to be sent to me. If they do that. I don't know. I just asked if they still do the email thing. I would like to. I'd like to know. This lineup is excellent. Schauffele, Young, Cole Glover, Ryan Fox, and Justin Lauer. I love Justin Lauer. I don't care for Glover, but this could be one of those weeks where he does something that's good. Brandon the Great. Nice to see you here. I don't think I've ever seen that name before. Appreciate you being here. Schauffele, Young, Cole, Fox, Schenk, Garnett. Yeah, that's okay. I don't know. Like I'll play Garnett in one or two lineups, but I don't want to waste a good lineup like this. It looks like you're going to get a lot of Xander love to go with Young and Ryan Fox, which I got no issue with whatsoever. Yeah, I'm not doing Lee Hodges. Well, it's nice to see you. Nice to see you here, Brandon. Welcome on in. I will be building those lineups. I'm kind of going in order, so currently you're last on the list, but if you stick around, I will build lineups. I will build lineups for you. Schauffele, Young, Hadwin, Todd, Ryan Fox, and JJ Spawn. Yeah, sign me up. I like that one. That one's a good one. Let's kick out Hadwin. Just make life easier. Perfect. Schauffele, Young, Cole, Fox, Griffin, and KH Lee. We like that one. I'm going to build two more. Oh, Ryan Fox being the low. Let's kick out KH Lee. Xander, Cam Young, Eric Cole, Todd, Fox, and Lipsky. There we go. I love that lineup. Yeah, it's a good lineup. I like Lipsky for a low price guy to add. Garrett Higo has a wrist issue. If you have the tolerance to play him, the risk tolerance to play him, go for it. I think this lineup has so much upside. I really like Maverick McNeely this week. You know what? I'll save it. I'm gonna color this one orange. Orange to me is caution, like danger. Like obviously red is, but you know, SweetSpot has red as its main color, so I keep red as like good, like a good GPP play. Yellow's more like put this in a cash lineup or something like that. Green is I love. Orange is be cautious. We're not sure about that. What did I think about Patrick Reed doing his what did I think about Wyndham doing his Patrick Reed impression? Risk tolerance or wrist tolerance? Yes. I have mixed feelings about Wyndham Clark in general. I think that whole thing is pretty sketchy. It seemed like he did it a couple times. He did it at the API and he did it here. Yeah, it's stuff that you can't unsee. You see it and you're like, come on, pal. With that being said, if you can get away with that, if you can get away with it according to the rules, the joke is, or the saying is, the rules aren't meant to hurt you. They're there to help you. So if you can do that, by all means do so. Aaron Wise shows up. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm game. I'm down for it. All right, one more lineup, Mr. Maz, and we'll move on to the next one. I actually don't mind that. Power wouldn't really be my first choice, but it could be worse. Okay. Going on to the next one. So we did Maz. Byron, we're on your lineups now, sir. Burns, Cole, and Silverman. There's our Silverman. Man, you must be loving seeing all the Cole lineups just showing up. Now, usually when Byron gives me golfers, the lineup just breaks or the optimizer just breaks. We shall see this. You love Wise. There we go. Built a good one. Okay. Okay. I don't mind this one, Byron. Burns, Finau, Cole, Glover, Shank, Harmon. Now, all of you that I'm building lineups for, you have the opportunity to go in or to tell me, kick this golfer, and I will. We'll kick him out. If you keep seeing lineups that you like, we can keep him in. But I'm kicking out Glover. I don't know how you feel about Glover, but I've seen enough. I've seen so much Glover. Interesting. Burns, Finau, Cole, Moore, Griffin, Silverman. Why they call him a maniac. Yeah. Wonder if Wise has his mind right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Not as thrilled about Shank as people think. Okay. I kicked Glover out, but if you want Shank, I can, or if you want Shank kicked out and Glover to continue to be in, let me know. I can, you don't mind Glover. Okay, so I'll bring back Glover. He's going to show up a lot. He's such a good value for his price. Him and Brendan Todd. And again, these are based off of SweetSpot ranks, so yeah, you let me know, man. How do we feel about Finau? So I guess I'll kick out Shank just so he doesn't show up in the next one I build. Glover's most likely going to show up. Wow. Burns, Minwoo Lee, Old Todd, Glover, and Silverman. Yeah. Okay. I don't mind those 3-letter names in there. Minwoo Lee. We do have to figure out who to kick though. And since Silverman's going to continuously show up as the low man, and I have him locked in, it's not going to do anything else with these. No Finau. Yeah, I agree. No Finau. And no Minwoo. Perfect. Makes life easier. Burns, Harmon, Cole, Todd, Pendrith, Silverman. I'm not sure how you feel about Pendrith. I mean, for me building lineups for you, this is the first time Pendrith shows up, so it's not terrible, but I hate seeing the same name show up over and over again. I just get that weird feeling in my body like, this is too much. We should avoid. Go away. Avoid. You do like Billy. Okay. Let's see if we can add Billy to the mix. Because I don't think Billy's going to show up. His sweet spot score isn't super high. So it just basically, yeah, it removes Todd and it adds Horschel, but it goes with Pendrith. So it's not terrible. Brian Harmon also gets added to the mix. Do we like Harm? Do we like Harms? You like Harmon in there. Okay, so let's take out Pendrith and see what else it'll do. Okay. Burns, Harmon, Cole, Horschel, Silverman, and Woodland. I'm down for that. I'm gonna kick out Woodland because he is a bit risky nowadays. I love that stack this week. Harman Burns, my 2 outrights. There we go. Well, it's just doing it naturally, so it's a good combo that you got going on. JJ Spawn, I don't mind that one. I'm gonna have to manually kick these people out since Silverman is lower ranked than the other ones, but I can also remove Horschel whenever. I have him locked in for you, so we could see. Do you want to see some T-Mont lineups? Ooh. Burnsy, Taylor, Cole, Horschel, Glover, Silverman. I actually like that one. Sign me the hell up. Gary for the 150 max is fine in like 5 lineups. Yes. Same with JJ. There you go, man. Look at it. These lineups are on fire for you. Here. I'm going to remove Horschel. I like Billy Ho, but let's just see what else it does. Wow. That's... I mean, I played one of my... Dude. Okay, so last week at the Players Championship, though, I had 3 contests that were for Rainmakers that encompassed 3 elite cards and 3 rare cards. So one of those contests. Scotty Scheffler was in one of those for a rare card. He was in this lineup that had everyone make the cut except for Camilo, because Camilo was an elite card that I had. I ended up making $100 off that contest, which was wonderful because that made up for the week. But it could have been so much more had he made the cut. Would have loved it. You don't mind it here, to be honest, in this wind? Okay. I actually don't mind it either. I don't like Lucas Glover. It's the only reason I'm not saving these lineups. I don't like Lucas Glover. I don't want Lucas Glover. Is Lucas Glover PM AM or is he AM PM? He's PM AM. Okay. I don't know how that's really going to fare out, how it's going to play. God, here's my thought process on these wave stacks. What's more like infuriating to you? A guy who's in a PM AM that the cut hasn't been set, but he's right on the cusp. And you have to wait the whole day to see if the cut gets to that number. Or sweating out Lucas Glover making the cut for you Friday PM, like a PM wave on Friday. But he's not actually going to be a AM PM. But let's just say that type of golfer, if he was AM PM and say he's going to be in the harder weather stack, how much do you hate that? I absolutely hate. And I think this is what I'm going to do with all my lamps going forward. Anybody that's low priced, I would much rather have in the PM AM splits, just because I think, well, I'll only do that if the PM on Thursday is decent weather or it looks pristine. But I do not want my scrubs going out on a PM Friday wave and have to deal with whatever weather conditions and making the cut, because they all seem to fail. They all seem to just suck. What did Glover do last week? Did he miss the cut? I don't even know. Let's see. Glover last week missed the cut. Yep, he sure did. Okay. I'm kicking Glover out. Byron, we're kind of like at the last end of your lineups, I think. I haven't been keeping track. I should have a counter, but I do not. Burns, Young, Cole, Bradley, Silverman, and Nick Hardy. I don't know what to do about Nick Hardy. I don't think this is a course that suits him, per se, but not terrible. All right, 2 more lineups for you. Burns, Young, Cole, Hadwin, Silverman, SH Kim. Yeah, I like that one. Sign me up. Sign me the hell up. Oh, Silverman. Okay, so do we kick out Hadwin or do we probably kick out SH Kim, right? Yeah. What is SH Kim? He's AM PM. Yeah, we probably don't want that. Miscut by one. That sounds about right. I don't want that one either. KH Lee, the Korean cowboy. Where is he at? Is he in the AM PM? No, he's PM AM. So that's doable. I don't want it though. Not sure how I feel about Cam Young. He's showing up a lot here at the end. I don't mind Dylan Wu, but I also don't like Taylor Moore. I don't care for Taylor Moore. Kick out Cam Young. Okay. I'll actually bring back Taylor Moore and then kick out Cam Young. Holy crap. All right. I don't know about this one. This is very high risks. If you're doing a 150 man lineup or entry, a contest that has 150 max, this actually is a pretty good lineup for that. Silverman, Wallace, and McIntyre. Yeah. 2 low-owned guys here. I don't know if you have to get this crazy with lineups this week, but that's pretty interesting to say the least. All right, last one. One more good one. How do we still stick on this? Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. How about we kick out Matt Wallace? He is PMAM. Where's McIntyre? And he's PMAM too. Damn. Well, here, how about this? What buckets do I like better? Those are all okay. Matt Wallace's are not. Actually, Matt Wallace is okay too. But we're going to kick out Matt Wallace. And if scores are terrible, I like Bobby in those conditions. Okay. Yep. Perfect. We kind of came to the same. I wouldn't so much say that was a good one. Let's try one more. Yeah, I don't think so. That's a bit crazy. There we go. Back to Dylan Wu. Ooh, Alex Smalley. Oh, I don't know how I feel about Alex Smalley this week. Dude, that was my first Elite Rainmaker card, and that guy's just been garbage all year long. Andy Laxboy, Alex Smalley. I went to the Duke driving range, and I just knew I was out of my element once I saw Alex Smalley play. He's gonna be something special. You know what? This is a good one to end on. I don't mind Webb Simpson this week, honestly. Todd, Simpson, and Silverman. Let's do it. Okay. Byron, I hope those... Actually, you know what? I want to see one Simpson-less. Do I think Euros play harder courses better than Americans? Yeah, you know what? Here's what I would say about that. I've said this from... It has nothing to do with the European or whatever. I've said this about Jordan Spieth. If you have to manufacture a golf swing, because in the wind, you can't just free and easy release it. You have to control your swing more so. More likely you got to shorten it up. More than likely you've got to... you have to stay balanced. You have to light shots. And I think the European golfers have had to do that for so long because when they play at home, that's what those were the swings that they had to get used to doing. And so, yeah, some Americans probably are too spoiled with good weather, I guess, some of the places they go to. So, yeah, if we're making a blanket statement, sure, I agree. Europeans are better in harder conditions than Americans, because they're just used to it. So yeah, but like a Jordan Spieth, I like Jordan Spieth I like Jordan Spieth better than the other guys up top if the wind is really hard. Because I actually think then Jordan Spieth's game becomes a bit more controlled instead of it being as wild as it is. You like that, Joshua Maz? I have that in the chamber at a moment's notice. I also have kind of a nasally voice, so it's really easy to get there. But holy crap, man. Yeah. What a lineup, hey? Xander, Burns, Cole, Griffin, Silverman, and Parker Cootie. Yeah, sign me up, man. I love that lineup for Byron's last one. Okay, moving on. I am sorry that took a little bit longer than we needed it to. Dennis, are you still in the chat? If not, that's fine. I think we've done Burns and Spieth, but I will be building you 5 lineups. I'm sure Glover will show up yet again. No, Palmer did though. Blushers. Yeah, okay. I like this one a lot. I don't like Finau. We'll see if Finau and Glover show up. Which Cootie is better one? Parker so far. Pearson, I think when they first were coming onto the scene, I think Pearson was supposed to be the better one, but Parker's been playing better. This one's interesting. Burns, Spieth, Young, Montgomery, Kim, and Suh. Not terrible. Said we're kicking out Finau and Glover. So no. I want to bring back Chan Kim because I actually like him this week, and I want to kick out Hoffman. That's the other guy that's here, right? Charlie Hoffman. Burns, Spieth, McNeely, Straka, Todd, and Yuan? Sure. I haven't seen that lineup at all tonight. Hey, sign me up with McNeely. McNeely, Todd, Griffin, and Pendrith? Sure. Got no issue with that one. 2 more lineups for Dennis. Novak, I like. Might kick out Pendrith, though. Burns, Spieth, Young, Todd, Kim, Mer. I don't like that one. All right, last one. We built that one already, I'm pretty sure. Try one more. That is very, that's very risky. Burns, Spieth, Young, Hadwin, Michael Kim, Count. I'm going to save it. All right, that was Dennis. Scrolling down. BG, Little Neck, are you still here? And John Bizzle, yours is on deck, sir. You gave me some lineups earlier that aren't the same as the ones you just gave me. John, I think you have Springer, Stanger, and Shank, whereas your earlier lineups were X, Burns, and Shank, as well as Blair. Do you want, which ones would you like me to do? Do you want me to do the X, Burns, and Shank after this one? Let me know. We got Xander and Gim. Douglas. We haven't had any Gim. All right, BG Little Neck, here you go, man. Xander, Nick Taylor, Gim, Todd, Glover, Pendrith. Right out of the gate swinging with the same golfers we've been seeing all night, just in a different combo. It's got to be a good sign, right? Got to be a good sign. BG, I'm going to build you 5 lineups. That was 1. All right, look at this. We're getting a little different. I like it. Xander, Cole, Gim, Todd, Glover, and Davis Thompson. Yeah, that's a good one too. Callum Tarin, LOL, wow. I know, man. So you gotta be different here and there. All right, so we got those same 5 golfers, but we kick out one for Ben Griffin. I like that one too. Which one did we kick out? Davis Thompson for Ben Griffin. Yeah, I like that too. I have no issue with either of those lineups. If we see Glover, yeah. Ooh, Victor Perez. Yeah, sign me up. I like Victor Perez. I don't want that much Glover, and I probably don't want that much Todd, if I'm being honest. So if Todd shows up here again, we'll kick him out and I'll build you 2 more. Yeah, so he did. All right, so Todd will get the boot. And we'll build you 2 more without those same guys showing up. Pretty good. Shoffley, Sung Jae, Eric Cole, Doug Kim, Gary Woodland, and Michael Kim. You got the Gim Kim combo. The Gim Kim Im combo. Jeez, I didn't even see that. Gim Kim Im. I gotta save it just because. That's too funny. I do like Sung Jae this week. Do one with Bez? Okay, I will. Oh, how awesome would it have been if it just naturally got there with Bez? All right, let's try it. So I think the optimizer hates this because of the 8Ks, but let me add a third 8K. I'm sure it'll build one now. Because of the price range that I have, the minimum salary is $49,400. Nope, doesn't like that either. Why would it not like that? Oh, I see why. You are selecting golfers who top 20'd last week. And the bucket system says you only want to select no more than 2. I guess what we can do is we can double check that. Last week ones. Yeah, it's not even close. You want 0 to 2. 3 is question. Okay, hold on. Maybe we can build one with 3. That's fine. That's fine. I'll just have to come back and change that. Okay. And this one's pretty good. Probably not Chad Ramey. I don't mind Justin Hadley. Remember, he's at the top of the 7K combo buckets. Probably not. Don't want to do that one. Interesting though. I just want to build one more good one for you. And these are not showing up as good for me. No. BG Littleneck, I will say those 3 golfers, the likelihood that they finish inside the top 10 is less than 5%. I actually probably would say it's less than 2%. It's not impossible. Not impossible. It can be done, but I don't think the odds are in your favor. All right, Charlie Carden, have a good night, man. And good luck to you this week. You don't even need any luck, man. 20,000. You've got to be break even now with DraftKings, right? $20,000. That's how it feels sometimes. Or for the amount of times that you play, if you were to call this a job, you're probably at like what, 50 cents an hour now? That's how I feel sometimes. Xander, Sungjae, Bazainho, Gim, Novak, Harry Hall. That's not terrible. Okay. That one's pretty good. Shoffley, Minwoo, Bez, Gim, Hadley, and Nick Hardy. That's not terrible. I'm gonna switch this back now. So yeah, if you liked Gim more than Bez, then I would just stick to those 2 guys. That one's not bad. I know I said 2 more like 8 lineups ago. There you go. That's a good one. Shoffley, Im, Cole, Gim, Woodland, Stallings. Let's save that one. And those were your lineups, BG. If you want me to build you more, I can do so later. But we're going to move on to John Bizzle, who's been extremely patient. The second one. Okay, so you want Stanger, Springer, and Shank. Man, I can't go all the way back up. I lost all my chats. How stupid. All right. That's unfortunate. Okay. So I don't know if I actually got through all of my lineups from earlier, but maybe I will be able to after. Okay, hold on. Let me so you want Shank, Springer, and Spangler? Spangler, is that a real golfer? Who is this guy you're talking about? Oh, Stanger. Stanger. Gotcha. Okay, so we have low price Shank, low price Stanger, and low price Hayden Springer. Lineup building's good. Mr. Waking Up, we did yours first. I'm not exactly sure at what point in the video we did them, but the lineups that you left, you were the first one I think I built lineups for. Okay, Mr. Bizzle, here we go. We get Shoffley, Cam Young, Eric Cole, Adam Shank, Stanger, and Springer. It's pretty, 3 good golfers. So now we have to make our minds up as to what different lineups we want to build here. Do we want to kick out Cameron Young? Do we want to kick out Eric Cole or Xander Shoffley? Sorry about that. Keep X, but we have to kick out either Cam Young or Cole. The optimizer doesn't know who to kick out since you want to lock in Shank, Stanger, and Springer, and it's currently calculating Springer as the worst golfer in the mix, so it's trying to kick that one out. It won't, but we have to tell the optimizer who to kick out. My Cole's Cam Young. I think a lot of people gravitate towards Cam Young this week. I don't mind Eric Cole, but here we can do a couple different iterations. Ooh. Shoffley, Thomas, Hadwin, Shank, Stanger, and Springer. Sure, I'm going to save that one. I like that one. I will kick out Hadwin just to make it different. Both Cole and Young. Okay. This one has Xander, JT, Andrew, Putnam. That one's not terrible. I'm gonna kick out Putnam though. I mean, the only way you get to Platinum is if it has JT or Burns in it. So, just throwing that one out there. Okay. We're at the point where we're going to leave a lot of money on the table. Because they can't do the combinations properly. But here you go with the Spieth, Harmon, Finau, Shank, Stanger, Springer, and we're leaving $600 on the table. So it's doable. I don't know how smart it is, but it's doable. I'm going to kick out Finau. You tell me otherwise. Again, there's a 10-second delay between you and I. Darbo, what do you think the winning score gets to this week? Like as in DK points? Like DraftKings points? Okay, so it didn't like that, so we need to bring back Finau. Yeah, so with the low price guys that you have in here and my salary constraints, we can't really build a lot of different lineups. I think I need to bring back Cole just to see what it'll do. I do want to kick out Finau. Maybe I'll kick out Harmon. We'll see. Yeah, so here's the issue we're coming into. There are only a specific amount of lineups we can build with Springer, Stanger, and Shank. Primarily because they're in buckets that are either at maximums and some of these golfers share those buckets, or it's possible... actually, you know what? I guess I can go down to 49 too. I'm sure we can build some other lineups here. Yeah, Kevin Yu, I think, would be a good fit. I think Byron even talked about him. So here you go with JT, Brian Harmon, and Minwoo to go with those three guys, and we're leaving $700 on the table. That's actually a pretty sexy lineup, to be honest. If you're set on those three golfers, the top three have a ton of win equity. So like, I like it. And leaving money on the table, not the worst thing, but also, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of leaving a lot of money on the table. Nathan Johnson, what's going on, man? Yeah, well, you're not late. I'm still streaming. Yeah, okay. So, John, we can't build really any other lineups without those golfers that were originally in there, or that we've already built lineups with, because of how narrow your lineups are with Shank, Stanger, and Springer. So there are some golfers we just need to build lineups with. So it looks like Finau is one, and if it's not Finau, then it's Cameron Young to go with Xander. Or just to kick out Cole and keep Finau. Let's see what happens. Yeah, whole different setup. So I think we've built all the lineups we could build with that combo of lineups. Sub to the channel, back 9 bets. There you go. Yeah, Byron's a good follow. Xander, JT, Putnam. We've already built that lineup. So yeah, we're building the same lineups. So it's basically those are the only ones that we can kind of stick to. Which I don't think is bad. Like, you know, Putnam, JT, and Thomas, I like that. I think Thomas I think two 10K golfers will be inside the top 10. I'm not exactly sure which ones they will be. I'm very high on Xander this week, though. Spieth, Harmon, Finau, Shank, Stanger, Springer. Yeah. Okay. The winner will be minus 14. Actually, no. The winner will be at minus 15. All right, Mr. Bizzle. Those were your lineups, sir. I'm going to unpin this and see if I can go back up to the top. I can't. That's a bummer. Okay. I'm not sure exactly who I Bart, I don't know if you're still here, but I see you have lineups here, and I also have Nuke One Live. You guys are still here. I'm still building lineups, and I can build these lineups for you. Burns Cole Rider, by the way, I think is fantastic. You are welcome. AJ says he's still here. Had to walk the dog. That's perfect. Perfectly fine. I'm sorry. It's been talked about. Weather seems to be a factor. Thoughts there? Yeah. I think. Well, you've heard me say this before. If you wanted to build a lineup with 3 p.m. golfers and 3 a.m. golfers, go for it. Chances are you're going to find an optimal lineup with that. If you want to do 4 and 2, go for it. And it doesn't even matter which wave you think is proper. I think inside the top 20, you're going to have at least 6 golfers from both waves, from either wave. It just depends, I think. Then the weather then will depend on how the other 8 golfers or more shake up if we have ties inside the top 20. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about weather all that much. The thing that I have found out within the last couple months, really the last couple weeks, I hate sweating the cut with scrubs. I hate it. So 6K golfers, 5K golfers, even lower 7K golfers, I do not want them in the AM PM wave. That's just my preference, because them making the cut is got to be the most aggravating thing possible. And then when they do make the cut, they still suck on Saturday and Sunday. So I just, if I'm going to choose a scrub, I'd much rather play them on the PM AM wave. And your elite golfers will get through it. They'll figure out a way to make the cut and play well on the weekend. Okay, so we had Burns, Cole, and Ryder. So Xander is in this lineup with JJ Spawn and Charlie Hoffman. I'm gonna stay away from Charlie Hoffman. I'm not a huge fan. Don't really want to play him. We've kind of seen this lineup already before. Xander, Burns, Cole, Ryder, Woodland, Palmer. Don't really care for... Actually, I don't mind Ryan Palmer this week. That wouldn't be a terrible play. David Skins, I feel like, is a one and done. I like Parker Cootie better than I like Justin Suh. So I'm going to bring back Cootie and kick out Suh. Ooh, if Byron was still here, you'd probably like this one. Has Ben Silverman in it. Oh, he doesn't like Minwoo. Never mind. This one I don't mind, though. Not a huge... Okay, I'm going to bring back Silverman and kick out Glover. That one's not bad, though. It's not bad. Shoffley, Burns, Cole, Ryder, Chan Kim, Kevin Streelman. I wish it wasn't Kevin Streelman, but that seems like a pretty good lineup. Stallings and Yuan. Okay, sign me up. Shoffley, Burns, Cole, Ryder, Kim, Toasty. Love that one. And I'll build you a couple more, Bart. 2 more. Yeah, I don't really like that one. Sign me up. Sign me the hell up. Give me the mustached man, Chandler Phillips. I don't know what he withdrew from a tournament a couple weeks ago, but I'm all for this lineup. Shoffley, Burns, Cole, Ryder, Woodland, and Phillips. Yeah, let's do it. I needed a reason to play the mustache man, and that's good enough reason right there. Okay. Moving on. Yeah, anybody else that wants lineups built, let me know. Because I can't get back up to the roll call number 2. Oh, yeah, by the way, roll call number 3. Just put the word buckets in the chat and I'll get you guys another entry into the weekly and monthly giveaways. Just put buckets. And I will start building these lineups. Cam Young and Burnsy starts.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Sell it online, take it in person, and go big.
We're at the 4-hour mark because the playlist just finished. Art, you are welcome, sir. Appreciate everyone that stayed this late. We are 4 hours into the stream. We're going to be calling her quits soon, but we're going to get through all the lineups here. Just gotta say buckets in the chat and you get another entry into this giveaway. Let me know. Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Burns, Young, Bradley, McNeely, Glover, and Yuan. Don't really care for Yuan, but not terrible. Burns, Young, Bradley, Todd, Glover, Kim. Okay, I'm pretty close to kicking out Glover. Hayden Springer shows up in this one. We had Hayden Springer with John Bizzle's lineups. Maybe this is a good sign. Sure, we'll save it. I am going to kick out Glover, though. Burns, Young, Cole, Todd, Novak, Hendrith. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think I'm gonna kick out Cole here. It's a lot of Eric Cole that's showing up. Xander Burns, Cam Young, Todd, Merritt, Callum Tarrant. I don't really care for that one. By the way, Bart, you're welcome. I don't know if I said you're welcome, but just to remind you, if you just say buckets in the chat, I'm going to get you an entry into the giveaway that I will be running next Tuesday. Okay. Adam Schenk adds to this one. We're doing Xander Burns to go with Cam Young. I'm okay with that. Oh, man. This one's really close. I don't think I want that much. I don't think I want Merritt in my lineups, but I like it, especially with Lauer and Griffin. Okay, yeah, I like this one. Griffin, Todd, Pendrith to go with Bradley, Young, and Burns. I'm gonna bring back Griffin and I'm gonna kick out Pendrith. There we go, sir. Thank you, Mr. Bogard. This is a pretty good lineup. I like it. Xander Burns, Cam Young, Wallace, Dylan Wu, and Justin Lauer. I'm a huge fan of Justin Lauer. This week, I think, I mean, he played pretty solid golf last year. I put Justin Lauer instead of Bart Bogard. Cool. I'm gonna kick out Wallace and bring back Lauer and build one more good one. Can't believe he's 5,700. Where you at, Lauer? Matty Schmid. Someone mentioned Matty Schmid earlier. Why does he think it's going to be a Matty Schmid lineup? Let's do it. It's good omen, right? I don't know about KH Lee. I want to believe, but yeah, no. Let me bring back Schmid and kick out KH Lee. I already said one more good one, and we already built that good one, but I want to see one more good one. All right, here it is. Last one. And it was a good one. Favorite one yet. Burns, Young, Bradley, McNeely, Shank, and Justin Lauer. Okay. Thank you, Nuke One Live. Those were your lineups. Brandon the Great, are you still here? All right, I'm all caught up. So this is either going to be the last lineup consideration, or if anyone else in the chat wants to see some more lineups built, I can do that. All right, Spieth, Young, and M. Okay. All of them are in different Marquee Tee Times, which is great. Should help with building lineups. Brendan, I'm going to get you 5 lineups. So here's Spieth, Young, M, Todd, Griffin, and Pendrith. I like Griffin better than Pendrith. This is a solid lineup, by the way. I really like that lineup. Yeah, I'm going to kick out Pendrith, bring back Griffin. And you can tell me if you want to keep certain players or kick other players. So if they keep showing up, let me know. This one's okay. Spieth, Young, M, Todd, Glover, Kim. I don't mind SH Kim this week. And then there's Glover again. So I'm going to kick out Glover. If you want him in, tell me to bring him back. Spieth, Young, M, Todd, Griffin, KH Lee. Yeah, we don't really care about KH Lee. Daniel Bolt just got back. Had to handle a work situation. Thank you for the lineups. I will have to watch the replay to see them. Daniel, I forget which lineups I built for you. Do you remember your combo? The golfers you wanted me to build lineups around? Spieth, Young, M, Cole, Wallace, Lauer. You know what? I don't mind that one. I'm not going to have a lot of exposure to Wallace, but I don't mind Matt Wallace. 64 and then 57. Ooh, here's a different one that I've not seen yet today. Spieth, Young, M, Hauser, Woodland, and Wu. I like that one. All right, 2 more good ones. Not going to play Hodges, but if you do, that's a pretty solid lineup. I don't like Taylor Moore, but that's an okay lineup. And not going to do Garnett. Don't want to do Ben Taylor. He's been flat 5K for a while, and there's a reason. I'm not going to do Camilo. We're just going through the list right now. There we go. Oh, no, I don't want that one. Dang it. I'm gonna bring back Lauer. I just don't want to do Taylor Moore. Burns Gim, yeah. Oh, you found his lineups? I know I did Burns Gim already. Oh, hey, I can scroll on this one. Good. Oh, I still can't get all the way up to the top though. Oh, Philip Hall. Did we do his? He wants Xander Young. Yeah, maybe I'll do that here. I don't want Harry Hall. Aiden Buckley's tempting. Yeah, we already did Lipsky. I mean, that's a good lineup. If you want to save that one, that's a good one. I don't know about Rafael Campos. I just want one more good one. One more. There we go. There we go. Perfect. That is one more good one. Let me do this one for... I think I can... Maybe not. I don't think so. I want to do one for Philip Hall. I don't know if I can get to his lineup. But Brandon the Great, there you go, man. I built you some lineups. Hopefully you saw one that you liked, or if you're, you know, playing multiple contests, hopefully you got some good ones. Yeah, I can't get to the ones up top. It's a bummer. Absolutely, Brendan. You're welcome. All right. Philip Hall, though. Cam Young and X. So, Philip, I don't know if I did these for you or not, but in case I didn't, we can do some Cam Young and Xander. It seems like we did. We'll just build a couple fast ones. Shoffley, Young, Cole, Montgomery, Griffin, and Hardy. Burns, JT, Shank, Bez. Were you here with me when I was building them? I don't think I did that, but I can certainly do that. I'm not sure how I feel about Nick Hardy, but it's not a terrible lineup. Not gonna do Ryan Moore. Yeah, BG Little Neck. It's because he's such a good value. He's 993 points. So it uses this column right here. So Lucas Glover is 993.9. Todd is 990. And if you look around him, like Sam Ryder would be a good value against everyone else. Him, Shank, Putnam, Taylor Moore even, Sepp Straka, Mav McNeely, they're all good values, and Taylor Montgomery. But because these two are so high, it's just going to choose them all the time because they're a lower price tag, they're easier to fit in lineups, and you can build more optimal lineups with them, so that's why it likes it. Here's a really good lineup. Shoffley, Young, Cole, Montgomery, Griffin, and Sam Stevens. It's a really good lineup. All right, I think we're getting to the end of these lineups. This is just in case I didn't do Philip Hall's. Bobby Mack's pretty good. Go with Brennan Todd, sure. I don't know if I want that much Eric Cole. This is pretty alarming, 41%. We continue to let the optimizer do its work. It's, yeah, gonna get stuck on certain players. I don't mind Keegan, but I don't want Garrett Kiko. This one I'm okay with. Shank, Griffin, Hadley. Hadley's at the top of the 7K combo buckets, Shank's at the bottom, and Griffin's right in the middle. This is a hell of a lineup. This is a really good lineup. Okay. Let's do those lineups for you. I'm gonna go back and find some 6K guys that I don't mind playing. We can bring back Hadley. I don't know about Woo. Lauer, I like. I'll bring back Chandler Phillips. I just keep it there. Yeah. Okay. So it's no biggie. I can go back and watch. I just don't know if I did. Burns JT, FR leader, you are welcome, sir. Good luck to you as well. Burns JT. Oh, we can't. We can't do Burns JT. Came back, y'all still here. You just couldn't. You couldn't stay away. Yeah, Bold or Daniel, we wouldn't have done that because Burns JT doesn't work. They're in the same group. They play in the same group. I could have used different. May have had Nick Taylor. Darbo is losing his mind. No, I am getting fatigued though. I'm tired. I am getting tired. I looked him in the eyes when I beat his record the other night. Let's see, hold on. Did I come back and beat you last week? No. I got to 437 and I'm like, nah, I'm going to bed. Jim, what's going on, man? You took part of my streaming, so the Masters are going to be different, man. Masters, good luck. How long did you go? He went like 447. Because mine was 444. For those people that are in the chat right now, you want to know something interesting? The longer my streams are, the more viewers, like total viewers I will get. Like, period. I don't know if it's just because it's now golf season, but when I was trying to keep my videos to like 40 minutes or an hour or less than that, 5 hours and 10 minutes for the players. Jesus Christ, dude. Cheese and rice. You're getting the same analytics on yours? Yeah, I think I'm one of those that love long form content. So like I enjoy sitting down and just watching something as long as it's informative and just different. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting, yeah, last week for likes, I had way more than that. It's showing as 21 on my analytics. That's not right. Like right now I have 32 likes on this video, and I think I had 40 on the live. Interesting. I don't know how it does its live versus replay stuff. They're super helpful for you. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, maybe. It's definitely yeah, I think it's just the interaction. Like, I think when you ooh, that's right where I would have it, Byron. No lie. 268 is what, 14 under? I said 15 under. I first told you 14 under, but then I said 15 under. I think it's less. I think the softer conditions that Florida has faced this winter, you saw it at the Players, you saw it at the Arnold Palmer, you saw it at Cognizant. Really, the wind is the only defense, and it looks like that's going to happen one day. I think Thursday, your first round leader will shoot somewhere between 6 to 8 under. It wouldn't surprise me if that's your winner. by the end of the round, or by the end of the tournament, as long as it's like Sam Burns or something like that. I could see Friday's round average score being 2 over par for the entire field. First day would be average field would probably be like 3 under, not 2 under, 3 under, something like that. And then Saturday, it will be moving day and it will be treated like such, and people will move. Saturday, you'll get your lowest round of the week, either that day or Sunday. So I think Saturday you might get an 8 under round, and Sunday you could get an 8 under round like you did at the Players. You think 268 16 under? Isn't it? $284. Oh, yeah, I'm a dummy. No, not 284, 288. 288. Okay, never mind. 288, so that's 20 under. So 268 is 20 under? Yeah, no, it's not going to get that low. What the fuck? Really? It's par 72. Oh, it's a par 71. So it's 284. Never mind, it's 284. So that is 16 under. Yeah, it's not going to get more than that. It's going to be less. Yeah, I'm a dummy. It's going to be less than that. I forgot it's 5 par 3s. I'm like, well, there's 4 par 5s. That just makes it a par 72, doesn't it? No, there's 5 par 3s. Yeah, I think 15 or 14 under is your winner. So more. Byron, it'll be more. Yeah, I mean, I mean, even I'd have to go back and look at all the different weather for each of these rounds. I just don't see it. Like 17 in 2022. I remember that. Sunday was immaculate. So too was Saturday. And Burnsy did it both years. I don't remember 2020. Oh, 2021 was in May. So it was warmer. Probably it wasn't, yeah. So I mean, like, this is more of what I'm thinking we're gonna see. But it's not as firm. It's not as firm. If you go back and you watch all of these rounds of golf, I bet you this was a soft year, but all of these other ones had firm greens, and weather protected it. By the way, it doesn't look like a lot of the golfers were that great up at top. This was one of those tournaments that not a lot of people just went to. I wouldn't say this is a throwaway tournament for some people, but yeah. I don't think your fields were as great. I think 14 or 15 under is going to be your winning score. Yep. That's my take. Okay. Just FYI, look, the 2 -17 events were in very calm conditions. In any event with 1 or 2 strong windy days, and you get those low teen results. Yeah. Yeah, the only concern I'd have is if it was completely calm. So there's going to be rain that comes in Friday, but it doesn't look... Well, there was like an inch of rain or almost 2 inches of rain within 3 hours. That's quite a bit of rain. That's coming in Friday night. I didn't see rain for Saturday or Sunday. Not saying it can't happen. But let's say a storm, like a mini storm comes in Friday. Gets that course saturated. It's already soft. And Saturday, Sunday, you have very benign conditions. I think you could have your winner shoot 7 under Saturday, Sunday. Darbo, give me the cliff notes. Who did you have to kick out of all of the builds? Lucas Glover was one. Had to kick out Glover. Had to kick out Cole. Had to kick out Todd. So Brendan Todd, Glover, Cole. You can also see the percentages here. Optimizer like them. I think we fed the optimizer Shank a lot. And then oh yeah, God, we had to kick out Dietrich, which you don't see him selected because we kicked him out so much. Pendrith was another one we had to kick out. Everyone else I think was fine. I think it was those ones. Taylor Pendrith, Dietrich, Lucas Glover, Brennan Todd, and Eric Cole we had to kick out a lot. We didn't really kick out Eric Cole, if I'm being honest. We built a lot of lineups with him in it. But yeah, it was definitely Pendrith and Dietrich were like the common 6K golfers that kept showing up. And Glover. Glover was the biggest, that was the biggest one that kept showing up. Him and Todd. X and JT lineups. I mean, I built a ton of X and JT. I shouldn't say a bunch, but I know we did. Maybe I didn't. I thought we built those lineups. Well, I can build you some right now. Those, I mean, that's it's one of my favorite combos. Sure, I'll build you some. Got no issue. Xander JT Keegan, love that already. Wow, Rio. I have not seen a Rio lineup yet. And then you get to mix in Justin Lauer. Sure. Sign me the hell up. Love that lineup. Yeah, so I think the chat got so long that I couldn't, like, I can't scroll back up. So I've got several instances of this stream up right now. I've got it on my work computer way over here to the left. I also have it on my other monitor over here. So the work computer, I have my live control room up. On the right, I just have my stream up through YouTube. And I couldn't scroll up anyway. And then in front of me is my OBS, and my OBS shows me the chat too, and I can't scroll all the way up. So I'm missing lineups. That's why I asked if someone wanted me to do some other ones. I commented about this on Byron's stream. 70 plus less than 6K is cray cray. Oh, 70 plus golfers. Yeah. Well, again, I mean, there's a bunch of 6K golfers that I consider 7K golfers with how the price tags are. Like, you just got to look at it differently. You got to view it differently. This lineup is interesting. I don't think I'm going to save it, but I kind of like, let's see, Coles and Blair, are they PM AM golfers? Because I probably do that. 59, 56. Nope. AM. Yeah, I wouldn't do that one. And AM. Yeah, neither one of them. Gross. Here, I'll show you what I did. This is obviously available for anyone to look, but basically my 7K range starts at Putnam, because in a normal week you'd probably get Putnam at 7,900, and then it goes down to Garrick Higo at 64. That's basically what your cutoff would be. And then you'd have a normal amount of really the 5K golfers, but 6K golfers. Well, 70 plus and less than the 6K range. Yeah, so basically from here down, you'd still get 57 on my list. So that's normal, I would say, for each week. Sammy Valimaki. I heard Byron and who's your co-host on Monday nights? Spencer. Spencer, I think, brought up Valimaki, and you didn't like him. Probably gonna be the week. Yeah, I think so. In my opinion, the salaries now just have to be looked differently. I hate the fact that they have a 5K range, but I think you're just gonna have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6 golfers. They all still have to fit under the salary cap, but like this week, if you were to look, I did this in the pass optimal and GPP winning lineup portion. If you just look, like there's 1 9K, 2 9K, 1 10, 2 10, 1 8, 2 8. So now you can put 2 10K golfers together or 10 and 2 9K golfers together. Like before you couldn't, and that's why the optimal lineups you always saw 10 9 8 7 7 6, because you could literally build a 10 9 8 10 9 7 6 7 8. That's over. Maybe it would just be another 7. Nope, that's over as well. This one's under. So this one would be a 10 9 7 7 6. That's doable. Even if you went to like 2019, what did I have here? 11 9 7 7 7 6. Very similar, but you now have 2 9s, 2 8s, 2 11s. So like with the salaries now, these 7Ks are like $6,400. This $6,900 guy is like $5,700 or whatever. Same with Luke Donald right here. So now you can fit these 4 guys in with these top guys. And it's not even so much the top guys. You could do something like this. You put these guys together. It isn't any different. Now it just has to be looked at. Kind of have to just look at it just slightly different. Just dumb. It's dumb. It confuses people, but it's still the same. It's still 156 golfers in the field, although that's 12 more than usual. But the salaries are pretty much similar. Just gotta look at it different. This ain't no Mexico, it's Florida. I don't know if this is the course for Sammy. I know. But I also think, you know, when you're building lineups, you gotta get weird. Here, Byron, I'll give you a really good... This is something I've been wanting to show you. I track this every single year. I always kind of like... these are 1 year, 365 days ago stats. If I were to show all of the top off the tee guys at this course, you're gonna see very few top 20s, and you can see that in this column over here in position. And if I were to look at top approach guys, you get 1 optimal lineup guy, 2 sweet spot optimals, and 2 GPP winning lineups. So like when we look at stats and we're looking at projections, these golfers to do really well. What am I excluding here? No one. But it's like, okay, so there's your top approach. How about top putting? Does that matter? No. The top of all these stat categories, it doesn't matter. And I've done this. I've gone through every single year. This is within the last 7 weeks. So it could be the last 32 rounds, could be the last 24 rounds for some of these golfers. Doesn't really matter. But like, okay, so now we have 3 optimal lineup guys. 3 optimal lineup guys in here. You have 2 sweet spot optimals and 2 GPP winners. This is with recent form heading into that event, the last 7 weeks. Approach at the top, or the best approach guys. Here are your best off the tee guys. Like, it just doesn't necessarily matter. Like, we can't just try to find you can't just find 6 golfers who are trending up. I guess going on opposite, here are your worst approach golfers for the last 7 weeks heading into it. You had Burns, Zach Blair, Adam Long. So it's going to be very similar. When you look at these stats, you're going to find, look at this, Matt Wallace was the worst off the tee in the last 7 weeks. You also had Webb Simpson down here. who was in the optimal lineup. Worse golfers, but still these stat profiles. This would be off the tee last 365. Like, so Matt Wallace was in the optimal lineup. Approach, okay, so approach doesn't work out being like the worst approach heading into there. Putting, and then just like 2 putting guys. But if I were to go back to 2022, you get the same thing. Like, you got to mix and match which golfers to put in your lineups. Although this all looks really good. Best approach guys. 3 optimal lineup guys. That's it. This looks better though. And then if we go off the tee, only 1 optimal lineup guy, 2 sweet spot optimals. If we flip it, worst off the tee, you get 2 top 20s. That's it. So yeah, that's not a good one to look at. How about approach? 1 optimal lineup guy down here in Brian Harmon. So not so much in 2022. 2021. Best approach for the last 7 weeks. You do get 3 optimal lineup guys. And I think that's the kind of thing I'm just trying to get at. It's like 3 is always going to be the max number. Like, there are some top 5 finishers or top 10 finishers here, but I'm imagining with price tag, you can't own all of the guys together. Your best approach golfers, there's your 3, and then we flip it. None. Okay, so that's okay. Well, here you kind of have, what is that? The bottom 36. You get 2 optimal lineup guys with the worst approach heading into the event. One of them was Victor Hovland though, and then but the other one was Taylor Vaughn. How do you get to Taylor Vaughn? He's not trending up as to why you'd play him. If I go to season long and go to the best off the tee, your top guy Victor Hovland's up there. You had 3 optimal lineup guys and 3 optimal lineup guys, 3 GPP winners. If I go to approach, here are your best approach stats for the last 365 days heading into the 2020. Oh, that doesn't really make sense. That would be COVID. So never mind. This would be a stupid one to look at. But I've done this with like every tournament. You never get like 6 trending golfers that you can put together and put into a lineup. You always got to mix 3 good ones with 3 bad ones. So even if Sami Välimäki doesn't seem like a good fit at this course, he might just be the weird one that just shows up and performs better than you think. My 2 cents. And it's my way of I wouldn't so much say, what's the word everyone says that it's hard to, I wouldn't so much say justify or validate. What's the word I'm looking for? It's along the lines of normalize. It's for data nerds that are like, quantify. You can't quantify that. But if you analyze the patterns of data that show up every single year and you're analyzing the same things that are heading into the tournaments, it's like, yeah, well, you want 2 or 3 bad golfers to put in your lineups that don't seem to fit, that don't follow the stat trends, the course fit trends to put in your lineups. Why I did the bucket system. Just shows you all the weirdness that goes with it. Barry R, what's going on, man? What's up, guys? Hope everyone had a profitable players. Scotty Xander builds were money. They were. Players Champ, you meant. Yeah, or Players Championship, yep. No way you're still going. You are the man. Yeah, I'm getting really tired though. I'm gonna call her quits pretty soon. 9 minutes to midnight, so. And I do not care to beat Byron's record of 5 hours and 11 minutes. I'm not gonna do it right now. Someone come up with strokes gain motivation that trumps all strokes gain categories. Can't wait to watch the whole stream and check out the new cheat sheet. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Shelly Carden was very Shelly Carden, I think you signed off when I was making a joke about the money you won. I was gonna say, now that you've won 20K, that probably puts you at break even for DraftKings over the last five weeks, right? Or 5 years, right? Also, when you add it all up, if you were making this a wage of all the weeks, the hours that you've put into DFS, what are you at now? Like $2 an hour? Have you made $2 an hour with your 20K? I always joke about that. I always think if I'm going to win money, that's what's going to happen. Xander, JT, Cole, Ryder, Woodland, Springer. Where was this one? This one's sexy as hell. I'm still building lineups for someone, right? Who am I building lineups for? I totally forgot. Troy Merritt and ADDC. Damn. Merritt showed up a bunch of times in these lineups and I kicked him out. Why Troy Merritt, Barry? Ooh, there we go. What do we think about this lineup, Barry? Shoffley, Thomas, Cole, Todd, Neesmith, and Troy Merritt. He owes you some money. Jim, congrats, dude. 500's awesome. All right, dudes. I think I'm going to call her quits. I am getting super sleepy, super tired. Who am I building lineups for? I was my brain is mush now. Was it Phil? It was Daniel Bold. Damn, dude. Let me throw an Adrian de Chusapart. Adrian Dumont de Chessart. Don't like that he's AM PM. PM AM's not bad. Ooh, there we go, Barry. We were just saying the same thing at the same time. I'm gonna take these off and see what Adrian Dumont de Chessart pairs up with. Merritt has decent history. Okay, why didn't you guys tell me this? Oh, can I rank my lineups? Okay, sure, yeah. I don't want a Tony Finau lineup. Yes, good luck, everyone. I don't mind this one. I don't know if I want Adam Hadwin, though. So AM, PM, I don't mind, like the high price guys, but if I have to sweat a cut and my scrubs are in the AM, PM, I hate my life. Literally, I'll hate my life. But the PM, AM for scrubs, I'd much rather have that. Here's an interesting one. Very interesting. It's a good Adrian Dumont de Chessart. If we put him and Merritt together, I just want to see. No, I will not be live tomorrow. I'll be live Thursday though. Thursday I'll be building my website and hopefully getting really close to finishing it. That'd be sweet. If I can finish my website, I will give access to the public. AJ, I don't think so, but I'm not going to. I just want to see what these ones do before I call it a night, and I like this one. I like this one a lot. What do we have for AM PMs? 4 a.m. golfers. Oh, no, 2. Perfect. Yeah, sign me up, man. Sign me the hell up. Okay. This is what John wants. He wants a ranking. This is easy. All right, sir. Here is the top ranked lineup when it comes to points. And I think it was one of the... No, it wasn't one of the first ones. It was Xander, Jordan Spieth, Minwoo, Brennan Todd, Taylor Pendrith, Ryan Palmer. Followed by... I mean, it's all Xander lineups, by the way. Xander with some Cole. So Cole, Gim, Todd, Glover in 2 of the top ones. And then Xander, Nick Taylor, Gim, Todd, Glover yet again. One that I really liked was Xander, Finau, Minwoo, Adam Schenk, Hadley, KH Lee. And one that I probably liked more than those was this one, which when I'm just reading it, I like a lot. Xander, Cam Young, Bradley, Schenk, Griffin, Hadley. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Let's see here. Here's a different looking one. Xander, Cam Young, Cole, Glover, Fox, Lauer. Like that. Yeah. This is ranked by points. So whatever the sweet spot score was, it adds it all up. And these are your top lineups. Screenshot it if you want. I can scroll in a little bit more. There you go. Screenshot it. You guys have the opportunity. Okay. Solid lineup, Eric with Xander, Young, Merritt. Yeah, I like that one too. Do you feel metrics make a small difference? No, yeah, so red are like GPP plays, like strictly GPPs. Like, I think they are super risky, and I have the highest upside, but the very lowest floor. Have the highest ceilings and the lowest floor. These green ones I just think have low floors and high ceilings, but probably not as high of a ceiling as these ones. But green to me is safe. Green is go, red is danger, but I like danger when it comes to GPP lineups. I probably would say I also really like this one right here. But Garrett Kigo's battling a wrist injury, so be careful with that. Yeah, risky is how you win. I agree. That's why I paint those ones red, because it's like, this is a good GPP lineup that I know could burn me. Usually I won't put reds in like those, because I'm too much of a chicken, I won't put them in like the Millie Maker contests, when really I probably should. I'll put the green ones there. So I like Xander. And I didn't really see a lot of Xander in, maybe Taylor Montgomery. And probably Sam Ryder or Stanger, Neesmith, Davis Riley. One of those. I'm just going to build and see what happens. There's Merritt and Palmer. I don't want Palmer. Good luck, guys. Who's the guy I really want down here? Stanger, Neesmith. Oh, Schenk. Let's do Schenk. Schenk's easy. We'll do one with Schenk, and then I'll do one with Stanger, and then I'll do one. Ooh, Schenk with that AM PM split. I'm probably not gonna like that. Can't do shank, that breaks it. Neesmith maybe? That's another AM PM guy. I'm probably not gonna like that. This doesn't work, then we go to Stanger. Does not work. And if that doesn't work, then we go to Riley. Yeah, I think this is just because it's too expensive. Oh, it's another AM guy. Those are all shit. They're so bad. Yeah, I won't be... that sucks. They have to be 5K guys, don't they? That's fine. Merit we like. We don't want you on. Can I do Lauer? How much does this leave on the table? 58? No, I can only do 56. Oh, did I put yes for you on? I hate doing that. Do you know anything about the 4 new players they added to the field? Yeah, they're garbage. But you have Kevin Tway. Who are the bottom guys that I added? They're down here. Tway. Oh, Rorensky's okay. But he struggles enough. And the other 2 you just avoid. Do not play them. Okay, I think we're gonna call her quits. I'm trying to make something work, but I like this one right here. There we go. Found it. All right, dudes, I'm gonna take off. Appreciate y'all staying this late. That's awesome. But we are calling it quits. So thank y'all for watching. Please leave a like on your way out, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one.